panelists, the attendee count continues to climb a little bit. It's slowed down a little bit, but give it another minute to let that flatten out a little bit. Okay, it's sort of stalled at 142 visitors, which is great. So with that, I'll call this meeting, this virtual meeting of the Montoursville Area School Board on this Tuesday, September 14th, 2021 at 7:09 p.m. Call this meeting to order. And with that, I ask the board secretary to call the roll.
Mr. Albert, I believe he is absent currently. Dr. Beery.
Here.
Mr. Uncle is absent this evening. Mrs. Marriott.
Here.
Dr. Mathers.
Here.
Mr. Ruffing.
Here.
Mr. Schimmel.
Here.
Mr. Snow.
Here.
Mr. Ulmer.
Mr. Ulmer present.
Okay. Of course, the next item on the agenda is the salute to the flag, and we have a little surprise for you tonight. So if whoever's handling that, would you do that for us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with
liberty
liberty
and justice for all.
And we thank the classroom for that. I don't know which classroom it was, but thank you for that audio track. Okay, with that, we'll move on to recognitions and presentations. Superintendent, I don't believe there's any tonight.
No, sir, we do not have any this evening.
Okay, then on to student representative presentations. Zach or Kayla, do you have anything for us tonight?
I do not have anything that will not be brought up tonight, so that is a no from me.
Okay.
I don't have anything either.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, let's move on to the reading of the minutes. It'd be the approval of the August 10th regular meeting minutes. Unless anybody saw anything that needed amended, corrected, I'd ask for a motion to approve those minutes.
Motion to approve.
Move to approve.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Mr. Schimmel,
Yes.
did you get your count on those votes first? I don't want to, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to suspend policy 006
Well,
for the purpose of adding a motion to allow for a parental current consent
Mr. Snell,
exception
it's
to
the
the
wrong,
masking order.
it's the wrong time in the meeting to do that. We're working through the, we're at item 3 now. So I'd like to move on to the prior presentations.
No, it's not the wrong, Mr. Schimmel, it's not the wrong time because anything that's voted on needs to be at the agenda. It's going to be on the agenda. It needs to have the public be able to speak on that before the vote is taken. And that's why I'd like to suspend policy 006 to add the motion to the agenda to allow for parental consent exception to the masking order. I make a motion to suspend policy 006.
I have a motion. Motion dies for lack of a second. We'll move on now to prior presentation. First, we have Pastor Larry Leland of Faith United Methodist Church. Is Pastor with us tonight?
I am, thank you. Just invite you to join me in an attitude of prayer. Oh God, we thank you for those teachers, administrators, staffs, and school board members who are trying to keep our schools as safe as possible. Please give them your favor and stamina in the midst of another challenging year. Bless and protect our students, the students entrusted to our care, that they may learn and grow even in this trying time. And may we heed the command of the Apostle Paul, recorded for us in Romans chapter 12, verse 10. Be devoted to one another in love. Honor one another above yourselves. We pray these things in Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Next on the prior presentation is Mr. Mark Oberheim, and he'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation. Because I anticipate many comments tonight, we really need to stick to the 5 minutes and then the 3 minute when it comes time for public comment. We really need to stick to those time frames because I know that many want to speak. So please be cognizant of that tonight, folks. Thank you. So is Mr. Oberheim?
Mr. Oberheim, if you're in the attendees, please go ahead and raise your hand so that we can allow you to speak.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
You're good. You're good.
Okay. I've heard at several of the meetings, people talking about the CDC. They reference that and for proponents of the masking. The CDC is funded primarily by private companies. Among those companies are the Bill Gates Foundation, Merck, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson. That should tell you all you need to know about the CDC. CDC studies on why masks should be worn. These are available on the CDC website. And just some context, I'm an orthodontist. I also have a master's degree in public health. First study, finding. They found that countries where mandatory masking was in place, transmission of COVID was less. In studies, there's something called confounding. Examples of a confounding variable. You collect data on sunburns and ice cream consumption. You find that higher ice cream consumption is associated with a higher probability of sunburn. Does that mean that ice cream consumption causes sunburn? Of course not. Here's the confounding variable. It's temperature. Hot temperatures cause people to eat more ice cream and spend more time outdoors under the sun, resulting in more sunburns. I would hypothesize that with mandatory mask mandates everywhere that we went, it cut down on the activities where people, when they went out of their house. I know for us, we did not go to sporting events. We didn't go to church. The confounding variable here is people staying home. It had nothing to do with masks. The second study that I looked at was, listen to this, 2 hairstylists who had COVID, who worked on 139 patients over an 8-day period. This is a CDC study. Both the stylist and the clients wore face masks. 67 of the clients were tested for COVID. All the test results were negative. So therefore, we should all wear masks all the time. So in orthodontics, it's a specialty of dentistry. Dentists, dental assistants, dental hygienists were 3 out of the top 4 most dangerous jobs for contracting COVID. From a web article, 50 most dangerous jobs for contracting COVID-19. I see on average 80 patients per day. I work 4 days per week. So now over the last 16 months since COVID started, my staff, which includes 4 clinical assistants, one of whom worked right through a pregnancy with no problems, they and I have had over 20,000 face-to-face contacts with patients. We have all heard about the my mask protects you and your mask protects me. Well, 15 inches from our masks are open mouths. not just open, but spraying saliva and aerosols from drills while performing certain procedures. 0 of my employees have had COVID. Some perspective, hairstylists are ranked 39 out of the 50 most dangerous jobs. Elementary school teachers are 50, and middle and high school teachers are not in the top 50. I have access through a friend at UPMC to the database on all 6 hospitals in Susquehanna Valley, including Geisinger, UPMC, and EVAN. At the time of the governor's decision several weeks ago to start masking in the schools, there were 18 people in those 6 hospitals with COVID. 2 were nursing home residents, and only 1 was on a respirator. You got to stop believing the news because it's not true. We do not have a COVID emergency, far from it. In Florida data, where they opened their economy and went maskless way before we did, kids from 5 to 14 are 7.5 times more likely to die from suicide than from COVID. Studies show that wild animals, as well as house pets, have antibodies to COVID. It's not going away. In the Gospel of John, John 5:6, a man who was an invalid had been lying next to the healing waters of Bethesda for 38 years. When Jesus saw him lying there in this condition, he asked him, "Do you want to get well?" What a strange question to ask of a man who had been sick for 38 years. But Jesus doesn't ask foolish questions. Many people don't want to be helped out of their weakness. They love their weakness, their helplessness. We are not helpless. Some of you want to remain in this fearful state. It gives you something, control, meaning, I'm not sure, but most of us have lives that are full, where we are working and running our kids around to their activities. We are not living in fear for a virus which is very close to having 100% survival rate. 2 Timothy 1:7 says, "For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power, love, and self-control." Quit pushing your manufactured fear onto our kids. It's causing them anxiety and depression. You say it's the law of the land. What if the government said that we need to have our kids injected with an experimental vaccine in order to go to school? That sounded crazy a few months ago, right? Ask the parents in California. In Guantanamo Bay, prisoners have been forced to wear surgical masks. Some quotes from prisoner advocates, quote, "The surgical masks make breathing more difficult and limit the sense of smell. They are used for, quote, inhumane and degrading treatment," unquote. Advocates for prisoners' rights call this abuse. Stop senselessly abusing our children. Educate yourselves. Stop quoting the CDC or Wolfe's DOH people that have no medical background. School board members and superintendents who do not consult other board members or parents on health decisions about our children need to be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this time now we'll move to the public comment.
You did awesome.
We'll move to public comment on agenda items or any matters before the board. This is limited to residents and taxpayers of the district. You can comment on official action or proposed action for tonight, matters that have happened in the past. And the public will be provided 1 3-minute unpaused time frame. If you find that you end up needing more time, we will have a public comment section at the end of the meeting and you can continue your thoughts then. But I'm going to have to hold us to 3 minutes because this could end up being a very, very long night. So with that, if you would like to speak, would you raise your hand and our technology guy will let you in to speak.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead. Would you tell us who you are and your address?
My name is Danielle Lanzer. We're on 412 Willow Street. First and foremost, I would like to applaud Mr. Snell for speaking up on behalf of the community members that have spoken up for the past few weeks. He's actually heard us. He didn't care about what came properly in the agenda. He's listening to the community members. I would also like to say that Mr. Oberheim or Dr. Oberheim, great job with your presentation. It's backed with facts and statistics, and I couldn't have said it better myself. Now, my points of argument regarding this mask mandate. I know it's a hot, contentious issue in all of our neighborhoods around us. We're not the only ones, but hear my points and hear them well. When we have a board that we've elected a few years ago, and they're allowed to make decisions for the majority of the community, and only about at least 500 of them are vocally speaking up. I would assume there's more. Okay, when two people, just like Mr. Snell just spoke up, and you need a vote of two people to even acknowledge his point, ridiculous. You have more than 400 people saying their concerns for their own children, and you won't even have us heard. Instead, you send out an email basically shaming those that are standing up for their children. It is a derogatory, clearly shaming email that really just highlighted the fact that really only a couple of you from the board were making a decision for the whole. In my mind, that math does not add up. 2 to about 500 or more people making a decision for the whole doesn't make sense. Next, and I still have a couple more seconds than the 35 that's on there because I had to get my address.
Yes, you do.
Next, the masking. Do we really want to talk about masking and how much it's keeping our children safe? Or do we really want to delve into the issues that our elementary schools have with their improper ventilation? How are we stuffing our children into elementary schools in 90-degree heat, slapping a mask on them, and then saying that's protecting them from COVID germs in the air? When research has shown that those COVID germs may be reduced a little bit in the projectile force that they might be forced out through the mouth, but they are still stagnant within the room, especially then when it's improperly ventilated. That is an issue that should have been discussed and should be addressed long before this, but now it's even more pertinent. And my last thing is
Danielle, Danielle, you
I have one more. I have one more.
No, I want you, we want to move on and
No,
please.
I have one more point to make. And
No,
we're going to put on the
no.
agenda that an assistant superintendent should be hired when our children don't
Sebastian,
have
give me
air
control of
conditioning.
the. Now look, folks, this is going to be a long night. So abide by your 3 minutes. I'll give you the time to announce who you are, where you're from. That won't count against you. So the clock keeper, let them get into their topic first. Don't cut them off, and we'll give a little bit of a buffer at the end, a few seconds to wrap things up. That's fine. But if you know you can't get down in your 3 minutes, hold your thoughts. And at the end of the meeting, you will be permitted to complete your thoughts. Absolutely. So that is the way I want to proceed tonight with this, because this could be a very long night. And I don't know that any of us want to be up till 2 a.m. So this way, everybody gets to speak who wants to speak. So with that, we'll move on to the next person on the list.
Hello.
You're okay.
Okay. Brenda Oberheim, 192 Woodland Court. An assistant superintendent position is being marketed to our taxpayers with the hopes that we will take the bait and take the bait, hook, line, and sinker. The board is aware we need a curriculum person. Mrs. Basin wants a new assistant superintendent to help her do her job, so she is painting the position up really pretty for sale. The pretty paint is a combination of our need for a new curriculum combined with communications and marketing, all wrapped up into a bundle, a shiny new superintendent for the low price of $100,000 per year plus some. Sue Beery stated, well, the public has complained about communication, and Mr. Ulmer, who is money savvy, has always advocated for a communications position. Kind of has a marketing component, she said. So the public is totally getting sold a bundle by taking the student's need for a curriculum and combining it with Mrs. Basin's wants. Part of Mrs. Basin's issues with communication may be linked with the vast amount of emails she has been receiving. which then leads to us to ask why she gets so many emails from the public. The amount of emails she receives is directly related to the heavy-handed way she deals with our district and parents, communication skills, leadership struggles, and in many cases, lack of response to the public at all. Many of the board is following suit by only answering the easy communications from the public or going Zoom like tonight. Throwing an expensive assistant superintendent at this problem is not the answer. Parents are pulling their students from our schools at record numbers. We can't even sell our schools to the people that live here right now. The public should not be burdened with the expense of a brand new position to cover up the real problem, nor should she be part of the process of creating a position and hiring for a position that when she's currently under litigation from the public she works for. The litigation is a result of not following procedure according to the policy. I know it's easier to rule that way, but it causes a lot of issues with the parents of the district who want to have the say over what happens with their children, and rightfully so. Mr. Taramina has been groomed by Mrs. Basin to take an assistant superintendent position. Hopefully the board votes the position down, but why would we trust her choice? Mrs. Basin's salary is $138,000 per year without taking into account benefits. She should be the total package for our district our size. If she can't serve a district this size, then we need to look elsewhere for a superintendent that can. This ask for an assistant superintendent is excessively bold. As for masks, Mr. Schimmel and Mrs. Basin, please stop hiding behind the liability. Everyone is aware other districts are allowing parental consent. I'm not sure if it's their strong desire to respect parents or to stop muzzling children, but somehow they have the courage to get this thing done right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Karen Nybert. I live at 1878 Care Hill Road, and I currently have 2 children who go to Loyalsock Valley Elementary School. I think that we as a community all share the same goals for our school, to keep our kids safe and to give them the best education we can. I think that this is best done in person, especially for the younger students. Personally, I do think that masking everyone in our schools does give us the best shot at keeping everyone in person. But as we all know, that decision has really been taken out of our hands because the state of Pennsylvania has made a ruling about that. Honestly, my biggest concern right now at the elementary school is lunch. Obviously, kids can't mask while they're eating. So far as I can tell right now at the Valley School, kids are eating together in the cafeteria. And I don't think there's been any provision for additional ventilation or moving the kids apart to space things more. If we could open the windows or put a fan blowing outside, I definitely agree with increasing ventilation in the cafeteria as well. There are also some filters that one can make relatively inexpensively using, a fan and some filters that are available that can help get germs out of the air, because I know it's getting colder and opening windows is not going to be such an easy solution. I have shared some resources about that, how to make those with Mr. Yonkin, but no bites on that yet. If teachers could be encouraged to open their classroom windows, I think that could improve the air quality in our classrooms. I believe that we all care for our community and want to teach our children to do the same. I think masking does the important job of protecting the person who wears it and other people. I know a lot of people are objecting to masks in the name of freedom and individual rights. Just consider what kind of values you're communicating to your kids. I wear a mask because it protects me and my kids, and I hope you'll consider doing the same to protect me and my kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
You're okay.
Okay, great. Hi, this is Sharon Meyer, 580 Lions Bar Road. I'm not sure where to begin. I have 3 minutes to go over way too many topics tonight. First, I want to express my disappointment in the fact that we're doing this virtually rather than in person. And the fact that rather than seeing your faces and your reactions, we're seeing a large timer. I'd like to request that perhaps we make the timer smaller and then we can see the board when we're making our comments. Second, my disappointment in not being able to present to you a petition with 522 signatures of your constituents and their support of our current health and safety plan, which includes mask optional. Third, after asking the entire board in a letter last Wednesday to have the parental consent discussion put on the agenda, you all chose not to address the issue. You all owe it to your constituents to have your vote on record on where you stand and with how the district has chosen to comply with the DOH order. This is how this should have been handled in the first place. And the fact that it was not put to a vote of the full board is a complete disgrace. Add the silence to Ron's motion for it to be added to the agenda. That was deafening. Fourth, what you did have time to put on the agenda is the creation of a new position, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Communication. While I fully support the addition, or should I say long overdue replacement of a curriculum coordinator, I'm not sure why a district our size needs an assistant superintendent. The communication part is really what gets me. What are the taxpayers paying for? Someone who will actually respond to our emails? In the many letters I have written to you, I've only once received an email longer than thank you for your email from the superintendent. And that was only after I made the board aware of the lack of communication from her to me. I'm saddened by what you all have made a priority. Yes, we need a curriculum coordinator because since Mr. Sauer's resignation a few years ago, this burden has been placed on our teachers, and this should not be the case. What we do not need is someone to market our district and to assist the superintendent. The taxpayers do not need to fund this nonsense. I'm asking the board to amend that part of the agenda to read, to approve the addition of position of curriculum coordinator and save us all some money. And speaking of money, I also have an issue with the amount of money the district has been sending on a solicitor from Montgomery County. Why are we paying someone $190 an hour to drive here? The cost is more than double from what we were paying our previous solicitor. In ending, I will ask you to add to the agenda a vote to allow parental consent of the Department of Health order, as well as change the addition of assistant superintendent to just an addition of curriculum coordinator. I think that the fact that you all are not discussing the parental consent, at least putting to a vote in front of the public, is really just saddening to me. I expected better. Thank you.
Thank you. For those that are seeing little thumbnails on the board, what you can do on your screen, there should be a vertical double line just to the right of the clock. If you click on that small double line and drag it to the left, if it's laid out like in a PC, it will enlarge, it will make the clock smaller and it will enlarge the view of the board. The tech coordinator tried to reduce it on his side, and that's the only way to do that is to drag that clock to the left if it's laid out on that way on a PC. So with that, we'll move on to the next speaker.
Hi, this is Catherine Burns.
You okay?
Catherine Burns, Fairfield Township. I have a copy of an email from Christina Basin encouraging a parent to take their kid out of school because they were questioning the mask mandate. In my opinion, for a superintendent to make that statement to a parent, it tells me we don't need an assistant, we need a replacement. And I am asking for the retirement or resignation of Christina Basin. She does not belong in this school district and she is not caring about our children. I'd also like to mention, I have an email that Dottie Mathers sent calling those that disagree with her bullies. Those people that are asking you to consider parental consent for masks. We are bullies, says Dottie. No, Dottie, you people are the bullies. You are bullying every parent in this school district that wants you to listen to their right to do what they want for their children. My third comment is, why the Zoom meeting? Is it an act of cowardice on your part that you're afraid to face the people in the community? And if this continues, we're going to probably have to take another avenue in order to make you folks talk to us face to face. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
You.
Can you hear me?
Can you turn your volume up or speak a little louder?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Not very well.
Oh, sorry. Here, 1 second. I'll take it off. Can you hear me now?
Okay, you're good.
Thanks so much for having me. Oh, what a fun night. I was going to watch The Bachelor, but this is more fun.
Okay.
I am in the Fairfield Township. Is it okay if I don't give my address? I'm a little nervous. There are reports that people might come to my house and harass me. So I'm in Fairfield Township. Thanks for having Zoom. I grew up with a lot of people yelling. So being in a crowded room with other people yelling would have been rough. So Zoom feels safer for me. Thank you. I like masks. My kid got sick all the time. Her wearing masks. She hasn't been sick once. I know it's just been 3 weeks of school, but she would have at this point been out sick probably 2 or 3 days. Somebody did have a really great point about filters in the cafeteria. I think that's a great idea. I know NPR has some filters you can make. She mentioned fans and some basic filters. That's a really great idea. I think we should pursue that. And then I also am deeply grateful to the school and to the school board. What a tough job you guys have. I hope I just hope everybody treats you with dignity. It's not easy. I know I don't agree with some of you, but I think we can always treat each other with dignity. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Greg Dangle from 407 Scaife Road. I'd just like to say I have no problem with masks. The problem that I have is that you guys are not listening to the parents. We want to give the choice to the students, whether they want to wear it or not. I have a second grader and a kindergartner, and neither one of them could care if they wear a mask or not. But it's still their right. If they want to take it off during school, let them take it off. You guys are not listening to us. We hired you. We put you into the position. And if you cannot listen to what we have to say, then I call for every one of your resignations. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you're good.
My name is Nevin Weaver. My address is 4882 State Route 87. I've got a couple things to touch on tonight. First of all, I'd like to publicly thank Mr. Snell. I've received numerous responses from him, and it is very clear to me that he is very engaged with the community and he actually hears what we have to say. I'd like to follow that up with a reminder that each person on this Zoom meeting tonight that we are speaking to, the board, are elected officials. The public elected you. We're coming to you with our concerns, and you guys could not even be half bothered to hear what we have to say, let alone consider it. Where Christina Basin's concerned, with this new position with the assistant superintendent and communications coordinator. Typically in the private sector, when someone is really bad at their job, the solution is not to give them an assistant. The solution is to reprimand, and remove. I see none of that going on. And I think that rather than look at how can we get Christina Basin help, I think we should look at how she performs her job duties and consider, should we replace our superintendent with someone who is capable and still continue to look at a curriculum coordinator? I'm in 100% support of adding the position for the communications coordinator. Our school district absolutely needs it. But an assistant to someone who is incapable of doing their job, I think that should be off the table at this point. Keying off of the thing that Mr. Dangle just said, my wife and I agree that this for us is not about the masks. It is about the fact that we are the parents. These are our children. We decide what is best for them, not you. We are going above and beyond of what the state order has called for, and there's no reason behind it. I get excuses of, well, we're afraid of getting sued. Well, guess what? You just found yourself in that position. There's no positive resolution here if you're going to continue to go up against your community and not hear what we have to say. We want to try to support you. We want to try to be on the same page and move this community forward, but we can't do that when we have closed door meetings, decisions made between people that don't have the power to make the decision. Two of you, and I'm not going to call you out specifically, have pushed out the ability for all other board members to participate in the decision being made. That's all I have to say, but I would like to close with Mr. Schimmel. You've made a couple comments about how tonight is going to be a long night. Tonight being a long night is a direct reflection of the decisions made by you, Ms. Basin, and the rest of the board members on this team that have failed to communicate or even acknowledge the people of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kyle Taylor, 172 Woodland Court. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good.
All right, great. I just want to say mask mandates for schools are ineffective, politically motivated, harmful, divisive, and illegal, no matter how many edicts are thrown at the wall and manage to stick. I'm asking the board to please unstick yourselves from this mask charade. We are no longer in a public health emergency situation, so you should not even be allowed to mandate them to begin with. All you have are your remote learning and discrimination threats to bar unmasked individuals from an in-person public education that they have a right to. Back off the heavy-handed enforcement, relax, take a deep breath, work with us, the community, stick with the agreed upon health and safety plan, and let's get on with giving our kids the best education possible, which should include, by the way, improved ventilation and air conditioning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Yes, my name's Tanya Schaefer. I'm at 26 South Montour Street in the borough. I am a Montoursville resident as well as a Montoursville alumni. And I have two children in the Lighter Elementary School, one in 4th and one in kindergarten. I would like to speak this evening on behalf of my 4th grade son. Some of the children that are getting overlooked the most in this mandatory mask mandate are our children with special needs. My son is not capable of wearing a mask for 8 hours out of the day, and the school board has multiple times made it next to impossible for me to get an exemption for my special needs son. I won't go into the details right now of his disability because a lot of people probably don't even know what half of them mean. However, Geisinger has made it next to impossible to get an exemption for him from our pediatricians. And now the school board has made it even more impossible for us to get a 504 plan, which they say is needed. However, a 504 plan is for a disability. My son does not have a physical disability, and he also cannot prove the fact that he has a disability. I know I do want to say thank you to Ms. Beery because she has reached out to me to try to see if there are alternate ways that we can get it added to his IEP. I do appreciate that, Ms. Beery. And Ron Snell has also reached out to me to try to be proactive in figuring out a solution for this problem. Unfortunately, you can imagine my concern when masking was brought up for a child that has sensory processing disorder and can't wear a mask for that extended amount of time. He gets bleeding, cracked face sores from a wet mask against his face all day long, which then causes us other issues with leaving his face open to other infections from an open wound all day. One example of this, we took him to Walmart during the height of the mask mandates, and 10 minutes he went through 2 masks. So you can imagine what 8 hours of school would do to his face. You can imagine my dismay then when the superintendent of the school told me that if my child was unable or I was unwilling to have him wear a mask in that environment, then my son, who has special needs, would be forced to sit in the vestibule all day if I was unwilling or unable to come and pick him up. That is unacceptable to me. That is child abuse. That is asking your administration to participate in child abuse. I don't think that we want a superintendent in our school district that is suggesting that we should, number one, leave our children in a vestibule all day, or number two, tell our bus drivers that they should leave children sit along the side of the road if they won't wear a mask on the school bus. I am asking tonight for Christina Basin's resignation, as she has proven unwilling and unable to work with the people who have hired her to do a job. Thank you.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes, you're good. Yes, you're good.
Hi, this is Dan Acello at 999 Weldon Street here in the borough. On the piece of masks that we're talking about, I would just like to talk about mask fatigue a little bit and student mask breaks. If the kids are wearing masks, which they are, I believe definitely at the elementary level, there needs to be structured time put in place for mask breaks. I know there's a lot of mistrust within the community and masks, and being told that they're getting mask breaks, kids coming home and saying that they're not getting mask breaks. So maybe something with a little bit more public information or community reach out from principals or whoever, and build some kind of, like, every hour and a half, have at least 15 minutes of built-in mask breaks. It will take away from instructional time, which is a drawback, but at the end of the day, I feel there'll be better learning occurring if they're able to get more fresh air into their bodies every hour and a half or so. I know there's also lunch and recess. I'm not 100% sure how the schedule is structured for each building, but I think something along the lines of at least every hour and a half, at least 15 minutes or so, getting those kids outside, moving, even teachers bringing the kids outside for part of a lesson, so that way they can take their masks off. Something worked out so that way there's definitely some kind of community awareness that these things are occurring, to reassure everyone, hey, we're in this, we don't like it, I'm not a fan, but this is what we have to deal with. I teach, like, I live this day in, day out. In addition to this, once we go back to mask optional, I think it is the district's responsibility to supply KN95 masks to all students who wish to be masked. I see cloth masks being worn on a daily basis. They're not the best of masks. I mean, they're definitely not doing anything. Some kids have proper masks and some don't. I think as a district, there's money coming in from the government. Let's get the best mask possible for the kids who want the masks, and leave it at that. Now, a couple other things that has nothing to do with masks, but some building things that I feel in the past 2.5 months, we don't really talk about anything anymore except masks and vaccines and other hot topics. So I would like to know, I know the elementary school is currently looking at a new math program. As a parent, I'm going to need to be able to help my child at home for math. I would love to hear how those things are going. I would like to know if that's something you're looking at implementing this year, next year, when that decision is going to be made, what the program is going to be, so that as a parent, I can do my own studying and research into it myself. And the second part is there's a feasibility study done a while back, we need to make a decision as a district. What are we doing with our elementary schools? Okay, ventilation, major issue. What are we going to do? I mean, if we spend all of our board meetings arguing about masks and everything else, we don't have time to talk. That's my time, I guess.
And if you have continued thoughts after the agenda is done, you can speak again. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Shower, so can you hear him?
Okay, we can hear Corey Flick. We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, you're good. Go ahead.
Sorry. My name is Corey Flick. I live on Cypress Street in the borough. Just had a few things I'd like to address tonight. All right, so this is a quote from Victor Bach. He started a patriot movement in regards to people who actually believe science, promote vaccines, and promote the wearing of masks. Tens of thousands of people are dying of COVID infections nationally, millions globally, and the time has come for true patriots to stand up, Victor Bach said. By outshining those who cling to ignorant conspiracies and stubborn selfishness regarding public health mandates, we are hoping to show that a true patriot is someone who trusts science rather than conspiracy, someone who looks out for his or her neighbor. Anti-vaxxers and anti-maskers are the true epitome of hypocrisy. True patriots wear masks and get vaccinated because they love their country and its citizens. In a similar vein, if someone was diagnosed with a heart condition, whose advice would he or she follow? That of a cardiologist or of the unqualified mass sitting here tonight? The answer is simple. You listen to the cardiologist. We're in the middle of a pandemic. There's nobody in attendance tonight who's qualified to give advice on how to handle this. Not Dr. Oberheim, nobody. Dr. Oberheim is a dentist. Some may claim a mask mandate is unconstitutional and violates their First Amendment rights. Such an argument is without merit. In July of 2020, Florida Circuit Court Judge John Kastorankis wrote, referencing the 1905 Supreme Court case of Jacobson versus Massachusetts. In a well-ordered society charged with the duty of conserving the safety of its members, the rights of the individual in respect of his liberty may at times, under the pressure of great dangers, be subjected to restraint, to be enforced by reasonable regulations as the safety of the general public may demand. That's exactly what's going on here. The safety of the general public outweighs your supposed right to not wear a mask as an individual. It's the fact that the school board even entertains doing something counter to what is recommended by the people who know what to do is beyond comprehension to me. You're endangering the lives of children. You're endangering the lives of the staff of the school. You're endangering the lives of the whole community. And at what cost? To win re-election? I don't understand. I'm a combat veteran who actually lost my first sergeant about 6 months ago to the coronavirus. He's a man I thought of as someone who is immortal, and this virus took him at age 49. A man who had been married to his beautiful wife for 25 years, and he left behind his 20-year-old daughter. This virus is real. The people that study this know what they're doing. I don't understand. I hope that we continue to follow the recommendations of the Department of Health, the CDC, and those who know what they're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. B. Carey, your mic is open.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, so I'm B. Carey. I live at 164 Sydney Street, Montoursville. I'm an alumni. I've lived in Montoursville my whole life. Up until the past couple of years, I've been extremely proud of where I'm from because of the people like Dr. Oberheim, people that stand up for freedoms and rights and true Americans. And I feel like our community is filled with that. Up until this point, this is embarrassing. You school board members should be embarrassed for not hearing the community. Over 500 signatures, and how do you ignore that? That's my question and what I want to hear. And I just want to thank Oberheim. I want to thank the people that are standing up for our kids' rights and our rights as Americans. And that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Evening.
I'm Soraya Tabrando, 416 Cypress Street. Dan and Tanya hit on the main points that I wanted to. Now that there is a lawsuit, I'm not sure how much your hands are tied, but my previous interpretation, reading the mandate, sounded like there was some wiggle room for those IEP students. And I just wanted to advocate on behalf of anyone in special education that doesn't necessarily already have a medical exemption, that perhaps their parents could meet with a principal or guidance counselor and discuss the basic reasons so that we do have some reasonable accommodation instead of forcing kids into bad situations. I also suffered from folliculitis from the masking. Children with sensory, it's a real thing, and that might save them some time and money. Also trying to get those notes that are very difficult. What Dan was saying about providing the masks and making sure they're high quality, I'd also like to suggest we provide education to the students on the effectiveness of the masks and the proper hygiene using them so that they know how to use them properly when they're wearing them. I know this has been extremely contentious, but I do just want to remind you there are a lot of community members here in everyone's safe that don't want to be want to make reasonable accommodations and be together as a community. But harass teachers. A friend of mine was called a child abuser outside of the school when she left to nurse her baby. This is ridiculous. We have to find a way to stop the obstruction and move forward with real conversation on what needs to be done in the schools with curriculum, with the buildings. Please wait, honey. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The person whose name is Tucker's dad, you've been allowed to speak, but you'll have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. My name is Brad Eisenhower from 50 Rummings Road, Montoursville, Pennsylvania. This is specifically to Basin and Schimmel. You're both representative of an obviously corrupt public school union, more concerned with the minority voice than the majority of the residents of Montoursville. And quite frankly, you disgust the majority of us. We demand your resignation now, for you are both traitors to our children, God, and country. And Christina, you smell like the skunk that you
Well,
rode in.
hold it. That's it. No more.
It's time for you to
Nope.
move on.
Nope, we're not going to tolerate that. You can say you
Got
don't
it.
like us, but you're not going to be talking that way. Sorry, not going to happen. So let's move on to the next speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is George Geary, and I live in Fairfield Township, and I have 4 children. Well, 2 in Leiter, 1 in McCall, and 1 in the high school. I have 2 to follow that as well. So I'm a parent of 6 children that will, at one point in time, excuse me, be in the Montoursville school district. I want to commend some of the people here for using some educated stuff. I don't know if mine will be as educated, but I'll try. And I will keep from name calling, as I've heard from both sides of the aisle, it seems. I do want to commend Mr. Snell for at least taking the opportunity to attempt to move in a vote. Unfortunately, it wasn't seconded, and that's the way the process goes. At one point in time during the first part of COVID, myself and my wife, myself, and my 6 children were all quarantined for 28 days because my wife, who is a nurse and was in full personal protective equipment based on her hospital's policies, still contracted COVID. During that 28-day quarantine, not one of us displayed any symptoms. And based on my job, I had to be tested and came up negative on 2 separate occasions for COVID. That was direct non-quarantine or non-isolated quarantine. So that's just an object. Again, I guess that's different. I will say, I don't have to say this, but I'm type 1 diabetic, and I'm a prime candidate for having contracted COVID due to my pre-existing conditions. On to the next point. I am the parent of my children, not any of you on the school board, not anyone in government. I will decide what's best for my children and their safety at all points in time. And whether or not they wear masks is 100% between me and my children. It has nothing to do with any of you. I am fully against the assistant superintendent for $100,000. If Ms. Basin is unable or incapable or unintelligent enough to complete her job, then she should look for another one. I am also fully against the solicitor who is out of our area, again, Montgomery County, for $2,000 per meeting when we have a local solicitor, which we've used in the past, for $400 per meeting. The email sent by Mr. Schimmel about a week or so ago was entirely nothing more than aggressive and inappropriate and a bullying email, and it was unappreciated. And it was pretty much clearly said, we'll do what we want, when we want, how we want. Governor Wolfe doesn't have the authority to mandate masks because there's no emergency. My 4 children said they rarely get mask breaks, usually lunch and recess only. I'm not an anti-masker, but it is not anyone's decision except you and your household and your children's. I would like to formally request that Ms. Christina Basin and Mr. Schimmel immediately give their resignation. Thank you.
You?
Hello,
You're good.
this is Winifred Chrisman from 1158 Chapel Mountain Road and in Cogan Station. And I'm an engineer. So let me talk about numbers. Well, actually, first, let's talk about a few universal truths. I think we can all agree that politicians lie and that fear distorts reality. So when it comes down to this, I'm looking purely at the numbers. And when you look at it, the numbers say that children have a statistically 0% chance of any long-term harm from COVID, a 0% chance of fatality. But yet we continue to put on these mask mandates where children are coming home and talking about how they're not getting enough mask breaks, or we're talking about how we need to increase mask breaks. The reason why we need to increase mask breaks is because masks are not good for children. I do not hear anyone talking about the social problems, the empathy development problems, the speech problems, the other disease and bacteria that is contained on the mask, but yet we want to still continue to push a mask mandate. So let's get down to the real health care of our children, and we can see that these masks are not helping our children. As an engineer, I also like to solve problems, and I think we can solve some problems real quick, and we can make this meeting real short, because I know parents are willing to stay up till 2 a.m. in the morning to talk about this stuff when it comes to talking about the parental rights of our children. We can make this short if we call for the resignation of the superintendent, if we take a vote on whether parents get parental consent. And I think a lot of hands will drop, and the meeting can be probably adjourned much more quickly than what you could expect. That's all.
Thank you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, my name is Jenna Girardi. I live at 179 Old Cement Road. My concern is with the mask. Realistically, they're not effective. You guys aren't implying them the correct way. My boyfriend worked through COVID. He works in the medical field. And when he went into a COVID patient's room, they had to wear 2 masks, gloves, a full gown. And then when they left the room, they had to dispose of all of it and then re-gear up before they entered into another room. That way they don't cross-contaminate or get somebody else sick. You guys have my son putting his mask on his desk, walking with his friends down the halls, which again, someone else mentioned no ventilation, so stagnant air, walking through stagnant air to recess, which involves 2, possibly 3 other classes. They're running around playing tag and then going back inside, washing their hands, picking up the mask that was sitting on his dirty desk and putting it back onto his face. So my point is you just null and voided him wearing that mask for a majority of the day that he was just there. It is the same for lunch. You guys don't give them mask breaks like the email stated, that very short email of there will be mask breaks with no elaboration on that. My son doesn't get one. The only time he gets a mask break is when he's eating a snack or when he's getting a drink of his water. I'm sorry, but realistically, all we are doing is making it worse for our children health-wise, because my son can't get the flu or he can't get something else, which I'm not afraid of my son getting sick. His immune system is there for a reason. That's what it's meant to do. It is going to fight off a virus. It's going to fight off the flu. It's going to fight off the cold, and his body builds antibodies against it. That's how their immune systems grow. They're children. And you guys are making it so their immune systems don't have to fight nothing. So when they do go out and get something, it's going to be worse. My thing is you guys don't seem to honestly care about the parents' opinions of their own children. These are not your kids. These are our kids. My kid after school can take off his mask and he can go to chaos and play with all these random kids that from other different schools with no mask on, touching all this other stuff these kids are touching. But once he goes back into the school, he has to put that mask back on. It doesn't make sense. You have COVID cases that do come up in schools, but I'm telling you, they're not getting it through school. They're getting it from the public, from being outside, going to the grocery store, everyday things. Sickness is not something to be scared of. It's not going to kill our children. The rates are super low. They're all making recoveries from it. I think that you guys need to let the parents make the choice. If somebody wants to wear a mask, that's great. Let them wear a mask. I'm not against people wearing it. If you want to get vaccinated. We all have a choice. You're not taking it away from my kid. That's all.
Thank you.
Hello?
You're okay. You're good.
Okay, hi, my name is Marissa Mahunsky. I live on 912 Route 87 Highway. I've joined this meeting in concern of the Pledge of Allegiance. Even though I understand that the masking order is a main topic, to me this means vastly more. I believe that it is not an option to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Millions of Americans have died for people to be sitting in their chairs for the 15 seconds that we respect our country. I'm not asking for too much. I'm asking for respect. It is sad that I, as a student, have to watch my classmates sit in rebellion, and it is not fair to my country, nor is it fair to me. And I ask that you not tell me that you can do nothing, because if you can enforce a mask mandate for my school and not even talk about it really, then you can have students give the respects for our brave fallen warriors. If you want me to respect the mask mandate, which is representing Pennsylvania, which is a part of the US, then you can have the others say the pledge, which is really representing Pennsylvania and the United States of America. I have heard a thing or two about patriotism in today's meeting. Thank you, Corey Fleck. Patriotism doesn't start with a mask. It starts with honoring the men and women who have fallen and died to keep our America free, and respect them by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kim Watney. I live at 100 Bella Vista in Montoursville. I would like to request the vote for parental consent for our children to wear masks. Obviously, I would ultimately like to completely lift this mask mandate altogether. But my 7th grade son often has to sprint, just through the halls in the middle school. There's no, it's not a complete loop on the upstairs floor. And so, a lot of times to get from one class to another, he has to run all the way around the top floor, down the stairs, over to his locker, back up the stairs, back around, all while in the hot halls of the school wearing a mask. I definitely think if you guys are not going to allow for parental consent, I think there definitely needs to be more mask breaks and allowing, children who have a long way to commute, say, to class, that they should be able to remove their mask while they're, getting through the halls, so they can do so safely. Or perhaps open up the teacher's staircase for the kids, so that they have a shorter commute. But I do think that masks are, one of the biggest reasons that kids are really going to have social problems, without being able to clearly see each other's faces. They're unable to fully communicate, to fully understand each other. They say 70 to 90% of communication is in body language. It's in being able to really see the face, to read the face. When you can only see someone's eyes, you can't really judge their mood. You can't tell whether or not that person is lying or telling the truth. And I think these issues are huge. So please, please, please consider, parental consent or lifting this mask mandate. If it has to do with money, and my guess is it does. We've all heard there's just federal funding that is coming into schools that are doing these mask mandates. And, let's talk about that. Let's put the kids first and consider some of these deeper issues that are going on with covering the whole face. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, my name is Kara Wolfe. I live in Fairfield Township, born and raised in Montoursville, Pennsylvania. First thing I want to do is thank Ron Snell and Susan Berry. They were basically the only two that ever got back to me and responded to my email. So thank you for that. I'm saddened to see that I didn't get any other responses back. I have two students in the district, and they both were so excited to go back to school, but now they absolutely hate it. My kindergartner, first week of school, he did a great job, and now he has cried every single day since we've had the mask mandate. He doesn't even want to go to school in the morning. And I ask that you make masking a choice for parents and students. It should be a freedom. My son also has stated that he doesn't get many mask breaks at school, just to go to lunch, eat his snack, and go to recess. And actually, my second grader, his name's Wyatt, he wanted to stay up for the meeting, and he has some things that he wants to say.
Hi, my name is Wyatt, and I don't like wearing masks because they have so many germs, and I can't breathe good. So it should be a choice. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. I left lighter last year to go to CCA, and I loved it because I never had to wear a mask. I feel like I was tricked this year because we didn't have to wear masks, and now we do. Please let it be a choice. Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Shannon Oler, Fairview Drive, Montoursville. I was born and raised in Montoursville and have lived here pretty much all my life. My husband and I raised two daughters who graduated from Montoursville High School over 10 years ago, and now we have a son that is in McCall Middle School in the 8th grade. I have a bunch of notes here. I don't know if I'm going to get through everything, but I'm going to try. I was always proud to live here in Montoursville until now. I am truly appalled over the school board members making decisions for our children that are clearly based upon your own personal beliefs and your political affiliation. I feel that Governor Wolfe's tyrannical mask mandate is unwarranted. I've also learned that other local and regional school districts throughout Pennsylvania have voted, the school boards have voted in favor of allowing the parents to sign exemption forms for their children to not have to wear a mask in school if they choose. I'm requesting that our school board vote on allowing parents this option. I'm also requesting the resignation of Christina Basin as her behavior displays somewhat of a tyrannical, bullying type of behavior. I've attended a couple of the school board meetings over the past few months, and I was literally blown away at the lack of consideration for what the majority of the people are telling you that live here in the community, and your disregard. I really question your decision on continuing the mask mandates and deviating from the health and safety plan. And I just wonder if you really have the best interest of the kids at heart or yours and the school district, because it seems like it's the school districts. I also noticed, and I want to point out that when a couple people, and there was only a couple, take note of that got on and were in favor of the mask, several of you perked right up. And you actually leaned forward. And I don't know if you realize your behavior, but that's also appalling. There are hundreds of people speaking out and trying to tell you that we do not co-parent with the school. We also don't co-parent with the government. And I just want to add that last year I homeschooled our son solely based upon the mask mandate. We had a great year, but he wanted to go back to school this year and be around his friends. And he does have a mask exemption, so he's not wearing a mask at school, and I'm happy for him. And I wish that more kids could get mask exemptions. People that are afraid of this stupid virus, wear a mask, wear 3 masks, but don't expect other people to do the same. It's none of your business what we do with our children. They're our children, not yours. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You have a choice.
Hello.
You're good.
Hi, how you doing? It's Curtis Twig. I live at 574 McNamee Road. It's Trout Run address, but it's up Low-Kill. From Montoursville, graduated in 03. I'm in the Army still. I've done multiple tours. And I have 3 children, one at the high school, Savannah Twig, Curtis Twig at the middle school, and Weston Twig at Little Sock Valley. I've been overseas several times, just like a lot of people on this call, just like Corey Fleck and my brother-in-law, Wes Rao, and several others. We fight when we go overseas to give everybody the right, no matter what you like, what religion, what thoughts, what you want to do in your life, it doesn't matter. That's why we do what we do. And you don't have to be in the military to do that. Everybody that's in our town, which is the best town in Pennsylvania and the country, is what I think, and most people think. That's what we do. That way you have the right to do what you want. Not for you guys to tell us how to do what we want and how our kids need to wear masks, but we all have our own right to pick and choose what we want to do. If you want to wear a mask, that's great. It's not a big deal. Wear a mask. But if you don't want to wear a mask, don't wear a mask. We should have the right to give our children the opportunity to go to school with their friends and everything else. If they don't want to wear a mask, don't wear one. Like a lot of people on here, younger kids, they might not care, but at least they have the right. And that's what's going to stay with them for the rest of their lives. So I really believe that you should give the parents the right to make the decision to sign the paper, to let them not wear a mask if they don't want to. And because it's too hard to find doctors or anybody to even stand up for anybody, as they're too afraid to lose their jobs. But the thing is, I'm still going to fight for your right to choose for our children to wear masks when I go overseas or still being in the military. It doesn't matter. But you should at least do that for everybody else, So, keep this town great. Keep doing what we all love to do. And, just be respectful of everybody and let us choose what we want for our children, because that's what's going to let them do what they want to do for the rest of their lives. So I just appreciate the time. I hope you take all of our parents' consideration and the students that are on here, and let us make the right choice for our children. And I think that's just what should be done. I appreciate your time, and keep moving on. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Hello, my name is Mindy Vlasic. My address is 926 Halltown Road, Montoursville. And honestly, I wasn't even going to speak tonight because I have sent several emails to the school board over the past several weeks, and consistently, the school board has not shown any response to address the emails, and this does include Christina Basin. I do want to thank two school board members who reached out separately on two separate emails that I had sent over the past several weeks. Ron Snell and Susan Beery. They did reach out to two of my many emails. No response from any other board members, and also not one response ever from Christina Basin. First, I would like to point out that I pulled my children out of the public school last year because last year they were having a difficult time wearing their masks at school. So I felt it was the right choice for my children to be removed from the public school because it was in my children's best interest. I put them in a charter school, which I was very happy with the education that they had received in the charter program. I decided to put them back into school, regular public school, based on the previous health and safety plan that was developed in, I believe it was July of this year. I waited to pull them out of the charter school to be sure that this health and safety plan was not going to be modified closer to school time, and I put them in with 1 week's periods of time of school starting. Since then, 1 week after, we are now back into the masking. My kids have struggled wearing masks over the past year and a half. They were able to get an exemption from a medical exemption, and after getting their medical exemptions, they have been asked every single day by school administration who it was that signed their exemption. I'm not sure as to why any school official would need to ask, or should I say bully, my children into figuring out who signed their exemptions. I find that this is very concerning on the school district, that they are bullying children that are obtaining these exemptions. I am very in favor of parental choice. These are my children. I know their health. I know the risks and health and safety of my children and those that they are around. And I feel it is important that the parental exemption be considered and voted on at your next meeting or this meeting at the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
You're good.
Sorry. Hold on, let me. Okay. Callie Kleinman, I'm Upper Fairfield. I wanted to start first with saying that we are asking for choice. We're not asking for masks to be prohibited. We are simply asking for us as parents to make decisions for our kids, not you, not the government. Second, I would like to note that nowhere in the statement released by the Acting Secretary of Health will you find that these exemption forms must be signed by a healthcare professional. So I too, as many of us have stated, am asking that you allow parental exemption. Also, I would like to ask where Christina Basin and the rest of the board members are. Because, you know, it's kind of an important meeting and they're not here. And second, I would like to know why it is that those of us who choose to speak up on behalf of our kids and advocate for them are called boisterous, loud, and bullies. And we're basically told that we will not be heard. And maybe I speak for myself, but that is how I read Mr. Schimmel's email. Also, and probably last, our mouth is the dirtiest part on our body. And you are forcing these kids to wear these bacteria-ridden face diapers. How dare you? These masks do not keep small particles such as COVID out. Our kids have an immune system. Let them do their job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're good.
My name is Seth Knights. I'm Spruce Street here in the borough. My wife and I raised 3 children here. 2 of them are school aged. We fought so hard to move back to this town after deciding to move away for a short time. We were so proud and full of pride to raise our children where we both were born and raised. We wanted them to have the best education they could in the district where we both went. To say I'm proud to live here today, I can't. One thing I will say is these are my children. I will raise my children how I want. My children have a choice. Their choice is not to mask. They do not want to wear these masks, nor will I make them go to school and wear them. It is their right. It is their choice. And you, the board, are not hearing the parents nor the students. I myself heard an elementary student or a middle school student, Wyatt, a short time, brave enough to speak. Let them be heard. Let us be heard for our children. That's what we ask. I shouldn't have to have a medical professional sign off on a mask exemption form for my child to come to school and receive an education. Remote learning simply doesn't work. The wire online learning, that system sucks. Please hear us. Let us move forward. Let us parent our children the way we want to parent. That is all.
Thank you.
Hello.
You're good. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jocelyn Doherty. I live at 1350 Green Hollow Road. I have a lot on my mind tonight. Not real sure where to start. So first of all, I just can't even believe that tonight you don't have parental consent for masking on the agenda. But we have a new position on the agenda for an assistant superintendent. Are any of you board members listening to what the community is saying? How is it that the superintendent says that she's well, it's been a really long time since I've ever gotten a reply back from her, a really long time. And as you can tell by my voice, I'm super upset about all of this. And I'm not the type of person that will just come out and voice my concerns. I've been to many board meetings and just sit there and listen. She always says that she has such a concern for our students, but yet she's telling the bus companies to leave the kids on the side of the road if they don't have a mask. So how is that safe? It's safer to leave our kids standing on the side of the road. You'd rather have them have a mask on, but let them stand on the side of the road. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not even sure if you board members read my emails because I never get any responses. The only ones that I can tell you I do get them from is Mr. Snell, thank you. You always reach out to me. Miss Beery, we may be on different pages, but I thank you for always responding to me and trying to come up with a solution. Mr. Alberts came back at me this one time and he was so honest in it that it floored me. And I was so grateful for it. Even though some of you may have different feelings, I still respect them. And you have to realize that if you actually reach out to the community and you hear what they have to say, it makes an impact. But when you don't reply or you take away our rights to an in-person meeting, it just basically says that we don't care what you have to say. I have 3 kids, one in 7th, 2nd, and 1st. The child that I have, 2 of my kids have a really hard time wearing a mask. My oldest, you would never know there's anything wrong with her. She has vocal cord paralysis. To put it plainly, I can't get anything from my doctors. What that means is that she only takes in half the amount of oxygen as what a normal person does. So she gets really lightheaded when she's in class. The only thing that saved her last year was a teacher that emailed me because he was so concerned because he could see that she was getting lightheaded in class. And now this year, we can't do anything about it. If you guys do not add parental consent to these, I'm pulling my children and we're going to go to cyber. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Liberty Matthews. I would like to talk about how I was treated with me trying to get into school without a mask. Me and my stepdad went to the school and I tried to get my principal to let me in. He said, I quote, "I don't want to hear it, sir," when me and my stepdad were trying to talk and speak our piece. And I think that this is really, really just like dumb, and I think you guys need to listen to what we have to say. And I will not wear a mask. I refuse to wear a mask. And this is not a law. And myself and my family think this is child abuse. And you guys are not my parents. We do not co-parent with, my parents do not co-parent with the government or the school. So this is against my constitutional rights. And I have the HSV on my face, and I will always have it for the rest of my life. And me wearing a mask is not going to help me not get it or have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen, you'll need to unmute your mic to speak. Sebastian, can you put her back in the queue and then go to the next one?
turn. Hi, Kimberly Wren, 1105 Nasley Avenue. My student would like to say something.
Hi, I'm Shauna Wren. As a freshman at Montoursville Area High School who wears a mask all day during school, I personally have never had an issue with them and cannot relate to the people who complain about having to wear them. I've even worn them during gym and have never once had issues with trouble breathing or overheating. At first, when the mask mandate started, it took some getting used to, but after wearing them for about a week, I sometimes forget I have it on. I actually feel more comfortable wearing a mask because I know it protects me and others in my community. Wearing masks can prevent COVID-19 from spreading, which can keep us in person school instead of online, hopefully for the entire year, which as a student diagnosed with ADHD is almost essential to my learning. I know other students with similar issues feel the same and likely share my sentiment that masks are not an issue if they will allow us to continue to learn.
I'd also like to add, I'm not really sure what the, I guess, reading, when I look at the health and safety plan that was approved unanimously in July, it says, how will the LEA, to the greatest extent practicable, support prevention and mitigation policies in line with the most up-to-date guidance from the CDC for reopening and operation of school facilities? The answer was the district has and will continue to review any recommendations and follow any laws or mandates we receive from the Pennsylvania Department of Education or Pennsylvania Department of Health, as well as consider the unique needs of our community. I'm confused as to why this is an issue because I was under the impression that following the mandate was following our health and safety plan. That's all. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hello?
You're good, Erica.
All right, Erica Schaefer, Cascade Township. You don't really know me because I'm one of the parents that spends silently watching everything. And for a lack of a better word, I can confidently state I am appalled at the school board and superintendent. My children, amongst everyone else in this district, are suffering with the subpar head games. I'm here tonight to let you know, as a taxpayer and mother, I've had enough. You don't hear these kids crying in the morning over masks. I do. All of us do. You don't sit in a room with no HVAC system, masked. Your mistake this year was letting these parents see what their kids endured last year when you locked us out. No entry. We were not allowed in those buildings at all last year. We had to sign them out outside. It's completely not okay. My kids both have IEPs with no exemption. One of them needs to see facial expression for comprehension. No doctor will sign off on this due to intimidation, kind of like what you guys are doing to us and our government. You didn't consider this mandate, whatever you want to call it. It's a sham. We're not in a state of emergency. There is nothing to back it up, for lack of a better word. It's insane. They tried to do this with restaurants last year. When it came to the lawsuits with the Department of Health dropped them because they knew that they would lose. You're letting the Department of Health bully you and in return bullying us. It's appalling, and I call for the resignation of Bazin and the school board that does not want to help these parents out. The new solicitor needs to be a top priority also, because we do not need to be paying that much money for someone that far away. Depending on how this goes, I will be pulling my children and putting them in cyber because my children cannot suffer like this with their IEPs. This is ridiculous. Leaders don't lead in fear. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'd just like to say that I'm a student at Montoursville Area High School, and I think that wearing a mask isn't political, but it's protection of other students. Not only is it protection of other students, but it is protection of my family. I don't have much to say other than that from a student's perspective, most of these teens at the high school just want to be in school and they just want to be able to see their friends. Many children actually disagree with the parents speaking tonight, but feel pressured to agree with them. Not letting your children truly decide is stripping them of their rights. Furthermore, it is ridiculous that I have to sit in class in fear because there are protesters outside of my school. Just saying to all these parents, the way you treat your children over a mask is unacceptable. That is the real abuse and the only abuse happening in the scenario. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hello, so my name is Amanda Wright and I live on Quaker State Road in Montoursville. Hello?
Go ahead, you're good, you're good.
Okay, so I am not okay with the whole masking situation. I think that the school board really needs to think about this, and so doesn't the teachers. I have a 15-year-old daughter that is a sophomore this year in school and wanted to go back to school, was excited to go back to school, but she also has a 504 and is hearing impaired. Having a teacher that is unwilling to unmask and wear a shield so that she can properly hear and read their lips so that she can function in school, let alone it's only a couple of weeks into school, is ridiculous. She has a 504. She's supposed to have accommodations. So for her to not be able to hear, or the noise is muffled and she can't focus and understand what is going on in the school, the whole school board and the superintendent should be ashamed of themselves. We're supposed to be setting our children up for success, and instead you're making my 15-year-old, who is a good student, who has good grades, not be able to succeed in her sophomore year because she can't understand what the teacher is saying. The entire thing with the masks needs to be rethought of. The teachers need to take into consideration, you have teens, you have middle schoolers, you have elementary students that all learn on different levels, that all have something going on or nothing going on. And the children that do have a disability, that have a 504, that have an IEP, that need to be able to see that mouth move so that they can function and be able to process what is being said, and they're not able to do that, is ridiculous. My second grader has an auditory processing disorder. He also has a 504. So trying to be able to understand what a teacher is saying when their words are muffled from a mask and they're not willing to wear a shield, that's not fair to him either. How is he supposed to be able to understand the words that are being said or continue with his reading while he's at school and be able to process for his spelling tests if he can't even understand what the teacher is saying? So if the school board and the superintendent are not willing to listen to some of the actual concerns that us parents have when it comes down to a child with a learning disability, then they shouldn't be on the school board and they shouldn't be the superintendent. And having to email the superintendent and ask, can these teachers wear a shield? Can you have them wear a shield when they've got students in their classroom that has that type of a disability and they're refusing to email back. They're refusing to have any type of communication, and the teachers are still refusing to accommodate students who legally have an IEP and a 504. So exactly what is the school district doing that's helping our kids? Right, the second you're doing nothing but setting them up for failure. Well, us parents are expecting you to do your job and teach our children in the ways that they need to be taught and follow their disabilities. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brittany and I'm from Upper Fairfield Township. I have 4 kids. I have 1 in elementary, 2 in middle school, and 1 in high school. None of them want to wear a mask. They all give me a hard time. I have 2 that have special needs and 2 that have aggravated like skin irritants and have a hard time with them. We've tried face shields. My youngest is autistic. He's not going to be able to understand his friends and be able to get that good socialization, not being able to see their faces. That is how he tries to figure out if they're happy, sad, upset, anything like that. Another thing is, do we think this virus is going to go away? It's here to stay. It's going to be like the flu. So are we going to have to go through this every single year, every single winter? 1 week we can wear them, 1 week we're remote, 1 week we don't wear them. It's a nightmare. We shouldn't have to go through this every single time. There is a high rate of kids that are just healing themselves, getting their own antibodies. There's no reason for these kids to have masks on. I'm totally 100% against it. It's supposed to be, what is that saying everybody has about abortions? My body, my choice. My body, my choice. Should be my child's body, should be my child's choice. This should not be a discussion. There needs to be parental exemptions. If people want to wear masks, go ahead. If it makes you feel better, go ahead. You want to wear it for the rest of your life, go ahead. Other people don't. And it is a right as an American to not have to stick something over our faces in order to be able to go into a public school building. And it's going to cost you a lot of money, a lot more money than you're going to be losing by doing this, to make sure that all of us can put our kids through cyber school, which the district has to pay for. So thank you very much. This virus is not going away. It's not going anywhere. We need to learn how to deal with it without having to go through this battle every single year. Yeah. I'm so annoyed.
We seem to have a technical difficulty with Billy Lee. There's the name is there, but there's no microphone. So we're going to have to move on to the next person.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
You're good?
Okay. I would like to remain anonymous if possible, as I fear for my personal safety, but I can assure you that I live in Fairfield Township and I do pay taxes to the district. I just wanted to say first and foremost that there are many people out there who are reluctant to be vocal about our side of being pro-mask due to being very aggressively responded to, lots of aggressive reactions that we have received when we are vocal about our side. However, I want to be very clear that there are a lot of people in our district who do fully support the mask mandate, but are just too afraid to speak up. We've, throughout our years of, throughout the entire history of the United States, science has shown that masks work best when it is not an individual choice, but a collective effort that we make. Your mask protects me and my mask protects you. And as a society, we require many things of individuals because it makes the whole community safer. We've got school dress codes, seatbelts, speed limits, things like that. And requiring certain actions or behavior because it keeps others safe is not a violation of anyone's rights. because personal rights are always balanced against community safety and security. We've got scientific evidence that shows that wearing masks is a net benefit to the community, which outweighs any downside to wearing masks. Do you opt out of stopping at red lights because you feel it's an annoying inconvenience? Do you let your children choose whether to buckle up in a car or not? I do want to add one last thing to the validity of the anti-mask petition that is circulating and was mentioned tonight. People outside of this district could have easily signed this petition, and additionally, it could have been signed multiple times by the same person. This petition only asks 4 questions of the signer, which is the first name, the last name, an email address, and your location, which can be edited and or lied about. My family alone has 8 personal email addresses between the 3 of us. So what's stopping us from signing it 8 times or creating additional email addresses in order to elevate those numbers? A list of people who have signed this petition is not publicly available to be vetted for non-resident and duplicate signatures. So there's no way to verify who exactly signed this. It is not a true indication of our district as a whole. And if you want a true picture of how people feel about this mandate, then maybe you could find a way to do a district-wide survey that allows one person from each tax-paying household to submit a vote. Please do the right thing and stick with the current course. As I have mentioned in the past, there are many people who feel the same way that I do, but are just too afraid to speak up due to the backlash that they will receive from this loud anti-mask crowd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cooper Jarrett. I live at 121 Allendale Drive in Torrance, Pennsylvania, and I go to McCall Middle School. Wearing a mask is it's really pointless at this point. Everybody pretty much just wears them under their nose or just under their chin. Your teachers aren't enforcing it, so you might as well just take them off. If your teachers aren't enforcing it and nobody's really keeping your mask mandate into order, what's the point of even upholding it? That's all I really have to say.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
You're good.
Thank you. Robert Velosich, Fairfield Township. I'm deeply concerned by the way parental consent exemptions being handled. It seems to me that some, and I stress some, of the board is not listening to the parents of this community. Too many have dug in their heels and are not willing to be open-minded anymore. Instead, they're so set in their position, they can no longer consider any other points of view. Egos have gotten in the way of rational decision-making. It's now all about, I have to be right, and I'm going to fight to the bitter end. It's pretty obvious that the parents want parental consent exemptions. Let the parents choose what's best for their own children. I know my children better than anybody else, and I know what's best for them based on their situation, and I don't claim to know what's best for everybody. I don't tell other people what to do with their children, how to raise their children. That's somebody else's decision. This charade of masks is becoming total nonsense. What do you think these kids have done all summer? And what do you think they're doing immediately after school and all weekend? They're unmasked around their friends and other people enjoying life. Take a look around and look at the community. The majority of people are not wearing masks. Let the people decide what's best for their family. And nobody here is anti-mask or wanting to ban masks. Let people choose what's best. If a student feels better or a parent feels better with the mask, go for it. It's personal choice. I question whether this is really about safety. If so, what are we doing next? Should we consider canceling all contact sports? Should we cancel all the football games? Look at how many people get hurt playing these contact sports. Or are we going to let the parents have that discussion with their children and make that choice? How far are we going to go with this? I just want to clarify, I'm against adding the position of superintendent. I urge the board to look into using a local solicitor instead of wasting taxpayer money. And I also call for the resignation of the superintendent and board president. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
You're good.
Hi, my name is Trisha Capron. I have a middle schooler, and I feel that it is, you have every right to have a mask on. You have every right to not have a mask on. And if, my daughter plays soccer, guess what? She don't have to have a mask on. Nobody, even in the school, is doing, social distancing, and band, you don't have to wear a mask. In gym, you don't have to wear a mask. In the cafeteria, you don't have to wear a mask. You're in an outdoor event, you don't have to wear a mask. And nowhere in the community does it state that you are mandated to wear a mask in this community. So why is it that Christina Basin and the school board feel that they can make that decision that, oh, our children have to wear a mask, where nowhere else in this community or in most of the communities do you need to wear a mask? I think somebody needs to do something about it and remove her from our board and from our district and away from our children, because she is not doing any good. You can't ever get a response from her nor the board. And she thinks she's got all this control, and she's about to lose a hefty battle. She really needs to look at what parents are saying. If a child or a parent feels the need that they want their child to wear a mask, go for it. But not every parent feels that that is necessary. It doesn't matter if you are following every single CDC guideline. Guess what? You can still end up with COVID. You can sanitize, you can wash your hands, you can social distance, you can wear a mask. Guess what? You can still get COVID. So I really think that people need to start looking at the bigger picture, because COVID's not going nowhere. And mandating masks for children is unacceptable. And they should allow parents to choose the best path for their children, not a superintendent who doesn't care about our children, or a board. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you.
Mr. Schimmel.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the policy that limits our time for board meetings for tonight's board meeting.
You jumped the gun on me a little bit there, Mr. Snell. I was going to say to the board, we're at 9:09. We have to decide whether to extend by 30, or as Mr. Snell suggests, suspend the 2-hour limit. With suspending the 2-hour limit, we don't have to worry about any extension. So we have a motion then we have a motion there on to suspend the policy of the 2-hour limit. Is that what you're asking for then?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor, or discussion, questions? Okay. Then all in favor, say aye.
Hold on, I couldn't get myself unmuted.
Aye.
I
Okay.
don't mind extending it, but I do have a problem with, there has to be a limit. Some of us get up at 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. to go to work. We can't have a 2 a.m. meeting tonight. We could meet again. We can, go to a certain extent. If we don't get our business done, then table things and schedule another meeting. But I don't want to go unlimited.
Understand, and we don't have a
Well,
policy
Dottie,
that deals
I'm
with
sure,
it. We don't have a
Dottie, I'm sure
policy.
that parents and community members that want to speak, I'm sure they have jobs too. And this
I'm
this is
willing to hear
important
them,
to
Ron,
them.
but I have to be safe when I go to work in the morning. I'm willing to hear them, but there has to be a limit. And that's why we changed the policy after the last long meeting last year. I'm willing to hear them. I'm not saying I don't want to hear them. Hear and listen, I'm willing, I'm listening, but there needs to be a safety limit.
To the public who wishes to speak, if you only plan to speak once tonight, we do have a second session of public comment after the business agenda. If you only want to speak once, if you'd be willing to wait, then that would be good. But anyway, board, we have that motion. Any more discussion on that? And also, board, I'd say if you feel you need to break away at some point later this evening, that's understandable. I wouldn't fault you.
Ron?
But I do want to hear what they have to say. So if we can just go for till 11, and then if we don't get done, then schedule it for another night. Not that I don't want to hear, I don't want to have to leave and not hear what they have to say.
Gotcha.
Ron, did you have any sense of when the state was going to rule on that lawsuit to overturn?
Hold on there, Sue. We got a motion to suspend it. We need a vote here. Any other comment or thoughts on what's before us?
If we would, a good point is that we may want to bump this, the business side of this, later, maybe another day. But what if we were able to set a time like at 10:30 or 11 o'clock to finish out public comment? Hopefully we can get through all of it by then. And then if that was the case, then let's resume the meeting, another day.
We don't have a policy on the time limit on public comment. We only have the 3-minute limit per comment. So that's, where do we stop this? The commenting now is all pre-agenda comments. And
we can stop it when it's done. Maybe that's what we do. We just stop it when it's done as far as the public comment's concerned.
Danny, you're thinking that when the pre-agenda commenting is done, you're saying we suspend the meeting and continue it as soon as we can get it advertised?
Yeah, that would be my suggestion.
Are there any personnel issues that need to be decided due to any time constraints or anything? I guess that would be my only question.
Yeah, there are some.
How about if I amend my motion to say we will suspend the policy on the time limit until 11 o'clock, and we'll stop public comment at 10 o'clock to do our business. And then if there's time left, we can go back to public comment.
Well, I think it's a two-step process. One, we'll suspend the time limit of 2 hours, and then we'll have another motion to approve a 11 o'clock termination of the meeting, or 11 o'clock suspension of the meeting. Or I can do that too. It's understood that 11 o'clock I'll suspend the meeting, and then we'll reconvene as soon as we can get the advertising in. I don't know. I suspect Thursday is too soon. Would that be, I don't think Brandy could get that in tomorrow. So we're probably looking at next week. So we have the motion to suspend. let's deal with one thing at a time. Motion to suspend the 2-hour limit. We have had a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, show your hand, just so Brandy can see.
Wait, this is motion to
Suspend the 2-hour time limit. Okay, Dan, I don't see a hand. Do you have a hand up there, Dan? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Dale, I think you had a hand up, didn't you?
Yeah, I can't see anybody else. All I see
Okay.
is the speaker.
All right.
I don't see me, so.
Yeah, that looked like a unanimous vote there to suspend the 2-hour limit. So shall we proceed? And basically at 11 o'clock then we'll suspend and resume as soon as we can.
Hey, do we have any intentions of getting the board's business done tonight?
Well, we certainly would like to. And that's why
Wait, did Ron say public comments stop at 10 and then start business? Or
that's what Ron said. Ron suggested, Ron suggested stopping at 10 and getting the business of the district done.
Well, I agree,
That's
Bill,
the
but I
priority.
don't.
I want to hear everybody. Yeah, I want people to be able to speak also. But we got a job to get done.
Right. I don't have the authority to to suspend the public comment. We don't have a policy that allows for that. That's the problem. So the board would have to, make a motion to terminate public comment at a certain time because it's just not in our policy. So
Make a motion to stop public comment at 10 o'clock, the first public comment at 10 o'clock. When the business is completed, if there is time, we will resume with our second public comment. I make that motion now.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
That's late.
Any questions on that? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Or raise your hand. Let's see a hand.
I'll give it to you.
All right.
10 o'clock.
Yeah. All right.
And back.
And opposed?
Good.
Yeah, I think that was unanimous. All right. Okay, we'll continue
All
now
right, let's
with.
get back to public comment.
Yep. And there are folks lined up with their hands up that want to make a second round. We don't do the second round until everyone who wants to have spoken the first time has spoken. So if you have your hand up for a second round, this is just it's going to terminate in 44 minutes. So the first time speakers will speak first. So Sebastian, go ahead with.
Am I good?
You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Michaela Berninger. I am a student at Montoursville Area High School. You may already know me from the news. I was one of the protesters. And I was also a protester because my principal kicked me out of the school because I wouldn't wear a mask, but let me into the school. He let multiple people into the school, but waited for us to try and go to our classrooms to kick us out. Then told me if I wouldn't wear a mask, I had to do cyber. But it's my education and he should be able to let me have my education, not refuse my education. Just because you're wearing a mask doesn't mean you can't get COVID. And COVID is always going to be around. It always has been. And it's just another strand of the flu. And that day he refused my education. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Hi, I'm Jada Milhorn. I'm a student at the high school. As a student, I was always proud to say I was from Montoursville, but now I'm ashamed. I want to be able to go to school and be able to have my rights. Your job is to educate us. You have no right to determine my medical decisions. I want to be able to choose. I need to be able to decide for myself. How am I supposed to graduate in a few years, live on my own, and make decisions when other people who don't even know me are deciding whether or not I have to wear a face covering or not? That is all. You're not creating independent critical thinkers. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Catherine Burns. Once again, you people know.
Catherine Burns, you'll have to come back later. We're letting the first time speakers in. Let's go to Tara Krebs.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. This is Tara Krebs. I am a teacher at the high school, and I am sorry to interrupt the mask debate, but when you get to the business section of tonight's meeting, you will notice that I have submitted my letter of resignation, and I would like to be at my best tomorrow when I go to school. And so I'd rather not stay up and be present for the entire meeting. What I would like to do is express my thanks and gratitude for the opportunity that I've had to be a part of this school district for the last 12 years. My kids have been students, and I've been a teacher involved in many different aspects of their lives, as well as the lives of so many of my students. I'm going to miss this position greatly. And it was a really hard decision to submit my resignation. I want to make it very clear so there's no rumor whatsoever that this had nothing to do with masking or COVID or anything related to anything that any administrator or school board member has done or decisions that have been made. This was a job offer that landed in my lap. That was something that I felt like I really needed to pursue personally. So there've been lots of rumors floating around. I just wanted to thank my administrators, my fellow teachers, my students, and the school board for the amazing time that I've had in this district. And if there are any questions about why I'm leaving, please know from my heart that it was nothing about any of the stuff that's going on now. So I thank you for that moment to share my heart.
For your service.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you very much.
We're going to miss you. We appreciate the care and education and passion you've brought to our district.
Thank you very much. It's been a true pleasure.
We're gonna miss you.
Thank you, Susan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're good.
This is Eric Steinbacher, 319 Rolfe Street, Fairfield Township. I have 4 children in the district, 1 at the elementary school, 1 at the middle school, and then 2 at the high school. Obviously, I know there's lots of debate going around with mask. Specifically, I want to state that obviously this is a choice that I believe that should be made between the child and the parent, not to be made by the school district or our government. Again, it's personal choice. Masks, again, are not effective. We've heard that many times. It even states that on most of the boxes that we get these masks in. I think we need to look at our position. Locally, South Williamsport and Muncie had made decisions to put the decisions back into the hands of the parents, which is ultimately where it should be. miraculously, it seems that, the flu and some other things have disappeared in the last year and a half. Everything seems to be focused on COVID. Again, COVID is not going away. There's over a 99% survival rate. And again, I just think we need to look at this from an open mind and make, good decisions that are in the best interest of our children. I do have my daughter, Margot, who would like to say a few words.
Hello, my name is Margot Steinbacher. I'm a 7th grader, middle schooler, who I think should have the choice between me and my parents if we should be the ones to decide if or if I don't put a mask on during the school year. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, I think this all leads back to personal choice. So that's my position on that. I do encourage those of you who are on this call tonight, if you have a calling, I know I'm strongly considering, running for school board at some time in the future. Make that decision. And, I think, that there's a lot of good people out here with a lot of great ideas that would serve our district very well. Thank you.
To those folks with their hand up, raised up in the chat room, we won't be doing a second round until after the agenda is taken care of. So we'll be bypassing you. And so just understand, so if you have your hand up, you go ahead and put it down for now. And then after we're done with the agenda items, then we can go back at the end of the meeting and pick up where we left off.
Hello?
You're good.
Yeah, I'm Joey Manella. I live 2051 Reeder Road, Upper Fairfield Township. Strongly, this should be our choice as parents. Make decisions with our children on this masking. If you don't understand that or can't be open-minded, maybe you're in the wrong profession or on the wrong board. There's no good reason this is not a parent's and the child's decision. You board members need to make the right decision and support the parents of this district and vote for the parental exemption. I am not for or against the vaccine or mask. I am for choice. If you feel safe wearing a mask, wear a mask. If you feel safe getting the vaccine, get the vaccine. It's pretty simple. Also, if we could get an explanation of why we are paying for a solicitor to travel from so far away, which doesn't make sense when we have plenty of resources in our area to handle the district's needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
You're good.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kayla Crone. I live on 503 North Washington Street in the borough. And I'm a senior in our high school, and I believe that masking is the best way to uphold our safety. All we want is to have our dances and our musicals, and the way that we get these is that we wear our mask to ensure our safety so we can have these milestones. As a senior, I've missed the majority of my field trips, and that have been milestones for several classes before me. And I think masking is a small price to pay as a high schooler to be able to have these fun things before we split our ways after graduation, sorry. Please remember that this isn't a political issue, but it's one to help our students to have a good education and experience in our high school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
You're okay. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Fote, and I live at 47 Pheasant Lane in Cogan Station. I have a daughter at Lowestoft Valley. I just want to say that the email that was sent out was both offensive and belittling to a large portion of this community. We were told that the loudest don't get their way, yet you forced us to be loud. You created this response. You completely shut down any and all communication regarding this topic. We are passionate. These are our children, and it isn't just a mask issue. First, it will be the mask, and next, it will be mandatory vaccines. The control doesn't lie in the board, and it definitely doesn't lie in the government's hands. There's absolutely no reason, based on current stats regarding children, for a mask mandate. I also find it very interesting that several of the loudest individuals demanding masks are the same individuals that I see strolling along the soccer fields amongst a ton of other kids in very close contact, completely maskless. The same individuals can be found posing in pictures in crowded restaurants, again, totally maskless. It is a hypocrisy, all of it. These are our children, and we will fight until the end. We aren't going away. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy, your mic's open. You're good to speak now. Randy, we're not hearing, we see a mic, but I'm not hearing anything. We're going to go on to the next person, but feel free to raise your hand again here in this segment if you figure out what might be going on.
Hello and good evening.
Yes, you're good.
Galahad Mallory. I'm in Upper Fairfield Township. I fully agree with Dr. Oberheim and his comments. I believe it's a great way to open the meeting. I also want to commend all the parents and especially the students that are making their voices heard, whether I agree with them or not. And Eric Steinbacher, you have my vote. I fully agree that the assistant superintendent is not needed. I'm pretty sure you can hire a college intern to help with the communications, and I would expect it would be much better than what we have today and much cheaper. I've sent several emails to the board over the last week asking for kids to have a choice on masks and only received a canned response rather than anyone showing concern. Maybe everyone has been overwhelmed with emails recently, but if you can try to see it from the other side, it appears nobody cares what we think. Just keep in mind that all of you are in a position of service. You are supposed to listen and serve the community. Keep in mind that people get frustrated when they don't feel their voices are being heard. I challenge someone else on the board other than Ron Snell to show they are listening to the community. I believe a new solicitor is needed for the Montoursville Area School District. If anyone agrees with hiring a local solicitor instead of using a Philly solicitor, a change.org petitioner is being shared on Facebook. Other solicitors have given their districts options on how to handle the mask mandate. Our district's hands are not tied. We can decide how strictly it's enforced and how parental consent is handled. I asked that the school board to vote to allow parental consent forms without doctor signatures. By the way, I like the idea of vote from taxpayers on the mask mandate. Just make sure we don't do mail-in votes. Wink, wink. I just want to say many of us are tired of virtue signaling. If you want to wear a mask because you feel it keeps you safe, then wear it. If you think your kids are safer wearing masks, then encourage them to wear a mask. If you like to wear a mask in your car because you talk to yourself and don't want to give yourself COVID, then wear it. This doesn't make you a better parent or student or American, and this doesn't mean that you care about other humans more than other parents or students. That disagrees with the effectiveness of masks and how COVID is handled. Everyone should have a choice to wear a mask or not. Everyone should have a choice to get a vaccine or not. But the first week of school gave us all a very good idea how many students or parents were really worried about masking and COVID. Very few students wore a mask. Parents that are against masks have firsthand experiencing the results of all-day mask wearing and how it negatively affects our kids. Our kids don't get a mask break as promised in Christina Basin's email. And I have heard firsthand that some teachers are threatening students with taking points off their grade if they don't wear masks properly and they won't check their homework. I have also talked to a teacher last year that was guilting 16-year-old students into believing they should be getting the COVID vaccine to stop the pandemic. Board members and parents, North Central PA, look up the German study of 25,000 children that show masks cause more harm than good. If anyone doesn't understand why so many parents and Americans have a different opinion than you, then ask what resources they are using to form a different opinion than you regarding COVID and masks. Don't just be a mockingbird. Look up Dr. Peter McCullough. He's a professor of medicine at Texas A&M. America's Frontline Doctors have a lot of resources. There are doctors on the front lines of treating COVID patients since the pandemic started. In closing, if anyone has been paying attention that last year or so, you should know that this isn't about stopping a pandemic. Vaccine mandates have already started for adults. Vaccine mandates are most likely coming for our kids as well. How will our school board handle that challenge? What will the school board and school leaders do then? Will they fight for our kids and freedom of choice, or just do what they're told by the government and pharmaceutical companies? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Thank you, Mr. Schimmel. I am Derek Lanzer. I live at 412 Willow Street. I don't believe I'm going to speak too much on the mask mandate because it seems like it's been covered pretty thoroughly. I would like to say that I support parental choice. I am a bit confused why there was not a second or a third for the board to discuss the topic or take a vote on it. I'm not really sure what the negative of that would be. Not sure if it's not wanting to be on record. It really does not make a whole lot of sense. As your constituency and members of the community, I think we have a right to know where you stand on that issue. I'd also like to say that I work in the second largest employer, or I work for the second largest employer in the county, which is also the largest school district in our county. We consist of 4 primary buildings, 2 intermediate buildings, a middle school and a high school. We have an assistant superintendent. I am not quite sure why a district of our size with 2 primary buildings, a middle school and a high school needs an assistant superintendent, especially considering that there is a talk of consolidating 2 primary buildings. I'm also appalled that this would even be discussed when 2 of our elementary buildings lack air conditioning. I'm not sure if any of you individuals have worked in a building without air conditioning. I have in my school building up until a few years ago, and not much work or productivity was done with the students after a certain point of the day. I can't imagine being in that environment and having to be masked. The Mayo Clinic put out a video demonstrating the effectiveness of masks, many of which were more effective than the masks that our students wear and wear continually. It showed that while the Projected aerosols is certainly contained. It really does not make much of a difference, considering it is more important for the amount of time of exposure in a confined space. Even more importantly, when there is poor ventilation, or in our cases, no ventilation. So I'm really confused on why we would consider $100,000 plus position when our students are going to school without air conditioning and proper ventilation during a pandemic. If we were as concerned as we say we were, I think that would certainly be addressed, which I hope we are. Also, I'd like to say that the superintendent answers to the school board. Of course, they answer to the constituents and the community members, but the superintendent answers to the school board. If nothing else, the behavior of our superintendent to parents, community members, and the students warrants a response from the board. Anyone who acts and receives comments such as her would at least be reprimanded by their boss. So I would like to make sure that that is noted. Also, it was noted that someone said we have business to do as far as the public comment section. I'd like to ask, does this include answering and responding to your constituency in a timely manner, or only business that you deem important? Thank you.
Thank you. Zachary, you have your hand up. If you want to unmute and speak, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that to me as a student, I am one of the ones who's just like, I care about people around me and I really don't want to push my views on other people. But I do believe that masks work. And as much as people will hate me for saying that, and I've gotten it before, but there is a new strain down in Colombia, I think, which is antibody and vaccine resistant more than the beta strain. So that's me. For me, I personally prefer wearing a mask because freshman year, I got pneumonia. I was out for 3 weeks. Sophomore year, I wore my mask and I did not get sick once. And to me, that's a reason for me to believe that masks work. So that's just all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll close the public comment chat room. All that have spoken once, we've had our first round, and we'll come back to that after our agenda. So with that, we'll move on now to the business manager's report.
You've received copies of the treasurer's reports for the period ending August 31st, 2021 for the general fund and the capital fund. We are submitting these to the board for your consideration of approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
Transfers, you've received copies of listing of invoices for the general fund and the cafeteria fund for the period ending September 14th, 2021. We are submitting these to the board for your consideration of approval and payment.
Move to approve.
Second.
Questions? Have a roll call vote then, Brandy.
Mr. Elbert,
Aye.
Dr. Berry,
Yes.
Yes, I mean.
Whatever.
Mr. Kunkel, or Mr. Kunkel is absent this evening. Mrs. Marriott,
Yes.
Dr. Mathers,
Yes.
Mr. Ruffing,
Yes.
Mr. Schimmel,
Yes.
Mr. Snell,
Yes.
Mr. Ulmer.
Yes.
And that is all I have this evening.
Moving now to the superintendent's report. Superintendent, do you have anything for us?
Nope, we can go right to the agenda items.
Okay,
May I please have consent for general, G1, G2, and G3 together?
yes, we have, we have a motion for G1, G2, and G3.
Move to approve.
Second,
Any questions? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
G4, approval of increasing the rate of pay for substitute teachers as listed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Questions?
Yes. I questioned, when this was brought up at another board meeting, I questioned what the rate was in other school districts, and I still haven't got an answer for that.
Anybody offhand know? Any comparison? I know this makes us competitive, and frankly, we'll get what we need because it's competitive out there, and teachers and substitutes are becoming harder and harder to get.
It may be competitive, Dave. I don't believe that it's going to solve the issue fully. It will help us, certainly. But some of them are using ESSER's money and paying a per diem stipend on the rate of a teacher for the first year. So we will have to see. This helps us move forward. I do not believe that those districts who are using ESSER's funds can do so after probably 2 or 3 years. So I don't know how they will keep up with that, but this will keep us in the flow of what everyone else is doing.
How many of them are offering insurance to substitutes?
I do not know that. But we've been offering insurance to our exclusive subs for a few years now. The difference now is that they are not paying 50% of the premium share.
Okay, if there's no other questions, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed.
Ayes have it.
G5, approval of an agreement between Montoursville Area School District and Forecast 5.
Move to approve.
Second.
Questions?
I have a comment. I feel the benefits do not support the cost of this software.
Fortunately, it's a contract that, you know, if it turns out it's not what we like, we'll only have it for 1 year. But if we use this right, I think it's going to go a long way towards showing transparency on our website on what's happening both educationally and fiscally. It's a good tool if we use it right. If we don't use it right, then we shouldn't renew it.
And I share.
So what
I
you're
share
saying is,
Ron, I was.
so what
gonna
you're
say-
saying is, Dave, what you're saying is, Dave, that we should spend $15,000 worth of taxpayer money on a, let's see how it goes. I disagree.
No, we have an assessment from the business manager who believes this can bring a lot more to the district. There's a lot of hours put into developing reports that this software will do virtually automatically for you. Whereas a lot of the other reports are going to be manually tabulated and constructed based on what you wanted to say. This has a lot of nice, I hate to say canned, but prepackaged reporting modules. And I think it's going to be an excellent tool for the district, provided we use it fully. So it'll tell us a lot, and it will save labor hours because of the automation and the packaged reports it has in it. So I'm not afraid of having the business manager utilize this tool.
And I'm sorry, I forget, was this eligible for ESSER's money, especially since it might be a 9-month license or not? I forget if we discussed that.
Yes, that's what Randy said.
That it was.
Yeah. So we can, I understand what Ron's saying, because I had some hesitancy, but after listening to Randy present it, I'm okay with using the ESSER's fund and trying it for a year and seeing if it really is as beneficial as she's hoping it will be. We have to move into the 21st century. I think our current software is 20-some years old, right?
Yeah.
Well, I just want to add, this is all I have to say, is just because we're using ESSER's money doesn't mean it's not taxpayers' money. And I feel that there are better uses for ESSER's money than to do a test on software that I feel that the benefits won't support the cost. That's all I got.
Okay. There's no more questions and discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Ayes have it.
G6, approval of an agreement between Montoursville Area School District, South Williamsport, Loyalsock Township School District, Williamsport Area School District, and St. John Newman Regional Academy for cooperative sports agreement.
Motion
We
to
have a
approve.
motion. Dottie, did you make that motion?
Yes.
Okay. Second on that somewhere?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P1, approval of the extension of a professional employee contract, including tenure, to the following members of the professional staff who have completed 3 years of satisfactory service on a temporary professional contract: Amanda Walter, Andrea Burley, and Christopher Morgan.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion, questions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P2, approval of a retirement from a member of the professional staff, Ms. Deborah Taylor, in the position of elementary art for 17 years. And I would like to thank her for her dedication to our students. When you would walk into her room, she plays music for them. She teaches them so much more about the content of art and of history and how all of those things belong together in the projects that they do. She's a very unique art teacher, and I was so glad to get to meet her and to see all of the beautiful things that she got to do with our students.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P3, approval of the following resignation from a member of the support staff, Kristen Dotato.
Motion
Move
to
to
approve.
approve.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
P4, approval to establish the position of Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Communication.
I'm going to move to postpone discussion of that until the September 28th work session. I think it might have been Sharon's idea of maybe just substituting curriculum director, but I think we need more discussion on that. So I move to postpone discussion.
I second that.
I will second that.
I think you wanted to table it, right, Sue?
I read my Robert's rules and it said
Okay.
postpone,
Okay.
but whichever is appropriate.
Okay.
Dave, there's no motion to table.
Okay, so it's on the agenda. How do we dispense with it properly?
Because if debate on the main motion has begun and you want to get rid of it without a direct vote, use the motion to postpone and postpone.
Well, we haven't even gotten to the debate,
Right,
though.
I know. So whatever Robert says.
Is solicitor shall we postpone or shall we table?
You can postpone it.
All right. And that requires an approval of the board then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion to postpone it. Any second, Sue, Dottie, you second that? Yeah.
Second it.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P5, approval of the following additions to the teacher substitute list for the 2021-2022 school year as listed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P6, approval of the following addition to the substitute paraprofessional list for the 2021-2022 school year, Mrs. Rebecca Chow.
Motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P7, approval of the following additions to long-term professional positions, Ms. Kirsten Winter, Ms. Erica Hepburn, and Ms. Lauren Caputo, as listed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor,
Yeah, I
say
have one
aye.
question.
Oh, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
have a question.
Yep.
On the elementary positions, which one of those, is there one of them for grade 3?
Yes.
My question is my next question is, with the number of students that are being pulled from brick and mortar and going into cyber and charter schools and homeschooling, what did this do to the class sizes that this position was needed for?
It didn't do anything. You're talking about third grade as a specific grade.
Correct. I am.
Yes. The need still exists just because we still have homeschooling and we have charter schools and we have all of those other schools. There are many students from many different grades. This did not have an impact on these two temporary positions.
That's my question. Because I got the list, you gave me the list.
Right.
And I'm kind of curious, it was dated for next month, the list you gave me.
That's when we give it to you in
in-
October as part of the board packet. You receive everything from the third day enrollment. You receive all of that information. So Diana already had it with the headings for October. It would have been listed as of last Friday when you asked for it.
Juan, I don't know if you have audio, but try reconnecting. We'll give him a second to try to get back in. Well, he assume he's coming back in. So Christina, the numbers, even though there some students are leaving, that departure was not so great, and it didn't affect the third grade level enough to where it was dropping class sizes to a acceptable level. I'm assuming that's what's been happening. So we still need those.
I will share all of those numbers with everyone because they are normally shared in October so that the board can see all of the updates in enrollment, what the class sizes are. They all come out every year annually in October. So I can share what they are right now, and then we can also update those for you in October. But no, it did not have an effect on those two positions.
Yeah, that's good enough for me. I mean, I don't need to see the numbers right this moment. Well, board, I don't know whether power dropped out there out on Route 87 or what might have happened, but let's, we'll hope wrong. Oh, there he is. He's back.
My internet went down for a little bit there, Mr. Schimmel.
That's what I figured. Did you have any more questions?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right, then, unless there's any more, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P8, approval of the following additions to the guest teacher substitute list for the 2021-2022 school year as listed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P9, approval of the following FMLA leave from a member of the staff as listed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Where's P9 at?
Top of,
Top of page 3, Ron.
Yep, I don't have it on my paper. The top of page 3, I have basketball, football.
oh, flip it over. Is it double-sided?
It's on the other side.
On the other side.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
We've never done that before, Ron. Okay, where were we on that? We get a first motion in a second?
Taking the vote.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P10, approval of the following unpaid leave of absence from a member of the staff who already used 10 unpaid days for the 2021-2022 school year as listed.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Questions, discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P11, approval of the following additions to the extracurricular activity positions for the 2021-2022 school year as listed.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Questions? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P12, approval of the following resignations from members of the professional staff. Elijah Skinner, Ashley Heckroat, and Tara Krebs. And again, I would like to thank them all for their service. I know Tara got to speak to all of you. She is an exceptional math teacher. And Eli Skinner is probably one of the finest young men you will find. And Ashley has experiences that are going to be greatly missed in her field of special education.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any questions? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P13, approval of the following resignation from the position of district-wide technology coordinator, Dan Taramino.
Motion
Move
to
to
approve.
approve. Second.
Questions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P14, approval of the following position change effective September the 15th, 2021. Sebastian Pfeiffer from lead network administrator to director of technology at a salary of $78,000 prorated.
I would like this tabled also, like we did on the other one, until we get more information. We need to know if he's going to be, if he would be Act 93, and also what the increase in pay and benefits would it be. So I take a motion, I'll make a motion to table, however you want to do it.
Table would be the appropriate one, I believe. Not hearing a second, that motion to table has died. Moving forward.
Move
then.
to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any questions? All in
I
favor,
guess
say
I
aye.
don't get my questions answered.
Say it again, Dave. Do it again, Dave.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, ayes have it.
P15, approval of the following additions, changes to the coaching staff for the 2021-2022 school year, and they are as listed.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
P16, approval to add Gina Uvari as a temporary wall communications coordinator position.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion, questions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
And under transportation, may I please have consent to put T1 and T2 together?
board if there's no. So motion to approve T1 and T2. We had that. Who was that?
To combine.
But upon it's consent to do that. So that's
Oh, okay.
a motion to have T1 and motion to approve T1 and T2. Do we have a motion on that?
Motion to approve.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Questions? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
And that
completes our,
concludes, yes.
yes, that completes our agenda items. Okay. I'm moving now to other reports. If, well, go ahead, Madam Vice President, you want to walk us through that?
Okay, PSBA, the only thing I have to report is there is the Fall Advocacy Day is scheduled for October 14th, and it is via Zoom. You can register for that on mypsba.org if you'd like to. They'll walk you through some items to advocate for, and then you can speak with the legislatures via Zoom. That's how they ran it last year. And that's all I have for PSBA. Policy Committee, Dr. Berry?
I know I didn't get my homework done for this meeting. In what, Dave, in what you wanted done with that policy, I know we copied and pasted the new Sunshine Act, but am I remembering correctly that the process for adding agenda, like basically we felt the Sunshine Act was unclear, and so that process at the bottom needed additional language for clarification? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I think when we read through it, we weren't sure, you know, what exactly it was saying on some of the verbiage. So that needed to be, you know, spruced up and made more concise. It was just a little confusing. I think we were all sort of not 100% sure what some of the verbiage was actually saying.
Right, even though, okay, so I will, I'll work on that for the next, for the October meeting.
Okay.
Are you representative? Bill? I think his iPad died. He's not on here, is he?
No, he's not.
He's not trying to get back on. Okay, I'll come back to him if he's back on. LCTC?
We meet Thursday, so nothing to report tonight.
Okay. And Brandy, did you have anything with the Memorial Gardens since Scott's not here?
We have been meeting and they are working on a plan as to what we're going to do in the garden, and working on some ideas for raising funds. I believe there will be a presentation either in October or November for the board.
Okay, great. Budget, Mr. Ulmer?
Nothing to report at this time.
Mr. Albert, anything for building and grounds?
Nothing right now.
And Montoursville Foundation, how's that doing, Mr. Ulmer?
Nothing to report at this time.
Okay.
Life is easy.
Okay, well, that's okay. We have enough other stuff. Extracurricular, Mr. Kunkel's not here. Does anybody have anything to report on that? Okay, back to you, Mr. President.
Okay, well, now we'll move back to the public comment period, the post-agenda public comment period. We had lots of questions about why we didn't deal with the parental consent issue. And I think we know that there's a lawsuit involving the board. And we're all being sued, districts being sued. It really puts us in a precarious position where it's generally considered not wise to comment on something when you're in the midst of a lawsuit. We have a variety of opinions on what should happen, but it really doesn't matter. Right now, it's a legal process that has to work through, and that's just what it is. We're stuck, and that's just what it is. I don't know how else to put it. Love to say more, but you know, anybody that wishes to speak, it's at your own risk and at the district's risk, because we're in this together. So that's the most I could offer. I'm sorry. With that, we'll move to the public comment section now, the post-agenda public comment. And Sebastian, if you'd open up the chat room and whatever that room's called. And again, folks, a 3-minute period. Let us know who you are. If you've already said your address, you can skip that. And again, limit your comment to 3 minutes, 3 minutes. And so go ahead, Sebastian, let the folks in.
Yes, it's Catherine again, and you cut me off before, and that's fine. And I will tell you all, other than Ron, you deserve this lawsuit because you chose to disregard the majority of the parents in this school district and their wishes. You chose to close your meeting tonight and make it Zoom, and look at the disaster that it has been. Look at the time. And even Dottie's upset because she needs her sleep. I want to tell you something, Dottie Mathers. The sleep.
Whoa, be careful. Be careful.
I will say this, sir, because she has reached out and she is going to physicians who claim they're not with UPMC, or UPMC says they're not with them. However, she's reaching out to solicit support for masking and vaccinations. And I will tell you something, Dottie, you think you're losing sleep. What about the parents that are losing sleep because their kids are coming home crying? Their kids are coming home with facial rashes. Their kids are showing psychological damage. What about those kids? And what about those parents losing sleep? You think about them. I want to know how long these Zoom meetings are going to go on. I want to know how long you people are going to be afraid to face the public. And I want to know how long it's going to be before Christina Basin resigns, because she is dictating policy and you people are following it. I'm calling for Dottie to leave this school board. I'm calling for Christina Basin to leave this school board. She is asking for children to leave the school. And we went to a meeting in Lebanon, and the question from the legislators was, why are we losing public school attendance? You people, other than Ron, are the reason that we are losing public school attendance. And in my opinion, you deserve it. You deserve to lose your jobs. You deserve to lose your positions on the school board. And I will do everything that I can to encourage these parents to get their kids out of a school district with a board like this. I'm done.
Can you hear me?
You're good.
Okay. My name is Devin Weaver. I spoke earlier, 4882 State Route 87. Just want to make a comment about your response regarding the lawsuit and why we're not voting on the parental exemption this evening. I just want to reiterate what I said earlier, that this is a direct reflection of consequence of decisions that you made. And Mr. Schimmel, I'm going to point you out on this. As the president of the school board, you're responsible for this leadership. You have given us excuse after excuse after excuse, and we all knew going into this school board meeting that your excuse tonight was going to be, well, we can't comment, we can't do anything with it because we're being sued. You're being sued for the decisions that you, under your leadership and Christina Basin's leadership, has made up to this point. I, like other parents have said all night long, I agree. I think that you and Christina Basin owe the community a resignation immediately. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hey, Dave.
Yes, Bill.
Yeah, let me jump in here for a minute. At what point do we inform people that this is not what we wanted to do? We don't want to mask their kids. I personally, from day one, have been mask optional. I'm on the Board of Education. I'm not on the Board of Health. I don't feel qualified to tell people how they have to protect their children or not protect them. But at what point do we explain to people that they need to take this to Harrisburg? They need to contact Joe Ham, Jeff Wheel, and Gene Yaw. That's where this comes from. This is not our idea. Okay, the majority of the board really, I can't speak. I can only speak for myself, not the board majority. I am mask optional. This is not something I approve of. I want to keep the kids in school though. And if the risk, people don't understand the risk involved here. I have not heard one speaker come up here tonight and say, okay, although I think you people are cowardly for bowing down to this, here's the risk that they will personally take. They will take no risk. They'll take no risk. We will take the risk, but they need to understand this is not us. It is not us. We're following a mandate that if we don't follow, the consequences are severe. You mentioned South Williamsport and Muncie. Let's keep an eye on them and keep an eye on Tamaqua. Okay, Tamaqua area is doing the same thing. Let's just watch and see what happens. Okay, let them be the guinea pigs. All right, I'm not going to gamble with the children's education and the taxpayer dollars, which is what is at risk here, whether people believe it or not. Okay, but they need to understand this did not come from us. Please go to Harrisburg. Go to where you can get something. Go to where the problem originated. Okay, it didn't originate with us. Okay, I don't know what else to say. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah, let me echo that. And I mean, I know there's disagreement, and I know the word mandate's been used, but my understanding is this isn't even a mandate; that it's a lawful order that the school district must follow. And anyone who's worked with me all summer knows I've tried to keep, a health safety plan, not calling for a special meeting on masks in August. That my bottom line all along was that I was going to do everything I could to be flexible, but that this board cannot vote to break the law. I'm hopeful I'll be watching with the rest of you, whether I think it's being heard in a court. I think Ron said it was postponed from Thursday this week. But we will have more flexibility when that court case is heard. And if it's overturned that the order is unlawful, we will then have more flexibility to allow parent exemption. And I'm happy to email people a more detailed explanation. But I think one of the FAQs says we have to follow the already established process for exemptions, which means a doctor's note. I know it's not in the original language, but one of the follow-ups clarified that we had to follow the district's already established process for reasonable accommodations, which is a professional's note. So I just want to echo what Bill said.
Okay.
I just want to ask one question. I just want to ask one question. You say you say you sympathize with the community. Yet when I asked to have a special session called special meeting so we could talk this over, I couldn't get that special meeting called because number one, the board president took it upon himself to say, no, I'm only going to call it if 3 board members request it. And I
That's
couldn't
our
get
policy.
any other board
That's our
members
policy.
to request.
That's our policy.
The board president can call a special meeting anytime he wants.
No, and I didn't feel
So-
inclined to. I didn't agree with what you were doing.
Well, and Ron, so, I mean, your motion is that the board should vote to not follow the lawful order?
It's not a
My
lawful
understanding was that it
order.
was an illegal motion, that it was an illegal vote.
So,
Therefore,
So we see how it's framed. We've been given legal guidance that it's a lawful order, and we've had to act on that. Ron doesn't agree with that. I'll take the guy with a law degree at the big time educational law firm that knows what they're doing. Sorry, Ron. I like a lot of things you say, but not that one, buddy. No way. So that's where this is. So let's move this over to the public comment section here. Let's let the public have some words.
Okay, thanks. Dan Asello again, 999 Weldon Street. I just wanted to follow up from earlier. Well, I've heard a lot of conversation about majority of people, and I went on the website, and I just want to make sure the website's correct also. There's 13,500-ish people within the district, about 2,100 kids enrolled. Take out some younger kids who would not be enrolled in the district. That might leave around 11,000 people in the district that would be voting residents. If I'm wrong on that, I would love to know. But that means a majority would have to make up roughly 5,500 people all on one side or a little bit more. I don't see 5,500 people currently saying a lot of things. I see there's a large chunk of people definitely talking and speaking. But as far as majority and minority goes, I don't know. I just feel like it's a moot issue. I don't see the majority or a minority. I just see a lot of conversation going back and forth amongst different viewpoints. In addition to that, as far as the new position goes, I don't feel a need for an assistant superintendent. I am on the same page as that. We need a curriculum director in the school district. 100% on board with that. As far as having an assistant to help with communication and public relations, I personally feel from my 20 years of being in the education industry, a superintendent should be able to handle communications out to the district, being when you're the top person in the district. I feel people look to that leadership from that person to communicate out what needs to be communicated and keep things moving forward. 2 other things here quick. Back when I talked about the feasibility study and looking forward towards the future, what's our borrowing power going to be in a year or 2 when it's time to make a decision on the buildings? Because I think that's going to make a big impact on what we can move forward with. Is it 7 million? Is it 15 million? I know there's bonds that are looking at being paid off over the next year or 2. That's going to free up a lot of credit on the school end. So what does that look like? I think we need to have that conversation. Also, PSSA scores have been in, and being that students were in remote being taught last year and the previous year, and then being in school part of the time, how has the student growth been? PSSA scores have been out. Not that that's the end all be all for anything, but it is a state measure. And I would love to hear how Montoursville is performing and how the growth has been over the past year or 2, whether we use PSSA data, taking PVOS data, and looking at growth in individually or within subgroups. Secondly, this is a very concerning issue of mine, is all the name calling that occurs. I don't know how name calling moves any conversation forward in any positive manner. We preach, I've heard at school board meetings about being united, like being an adult. Like, name calling is not an adult thing. I teach middle school. That's where I see name calling occur. I'm sorry, but we need to be adults here. I have a friend who teaches in Montorzo School District who had a student stand up in her classroom and start calling her a child abuser on the same day that there's supposed to be protesting going on when the mask mandate went into effect. Where does that come from? I don't know. But I know I would never teach my child to be like that to another teacher. Thank you.
Hello.
You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. I won't take up much time in case there's other people that have things to say. But I just want to say, as leaders, you guys are definitely not hearing us. But most importantly, why are you so against having a vote? Even if it's an in-person one, I'd like to hear the reasoning behind that. And then most importantly to me is we want to hear the reasonings and why you blindly support some things. Because if we look back at history, which I know you guys are trying to erase out of schools in some ways, but if the leaders of the world back then would have just did what policies were put in place, what would the world look like now? That's all I got.
Yep.
Yes, this is Greg Dangle again. My whole thing is you guys are following what you're calling a lawful order, which it states when we voted in May that we were no longer following the governor, or took the governor's power away from him unless he declared an emergency, which he has not. So therefore, he has no leg to stand on with this mandate. And also the head of the Board of Education said that he will not follow this. What leg do you guys have to stand on to enforce this mandate, so-called? Let it up to the parents. Let parental consent. Thank you.
Just before the next person comes on, the governor's emergency powers was he was cut off at the knees with that vote in the spring. But this has to do with the Department of Health order from a 1955 law. So don't confuse the two. The debate is over whether the Department of Health was able to, should have been able to do this. And right now, everything says it looks like that was a lawful order, and the board is being boards are being told that you suffer severe consequences if you violate this lawful order. And so that's the legal, lots of legal opinions being given on that, and from the administration, from our own council, and we feel boxed in. We really do. An illegal vote is not where we want to go.
And that's grounds for removal of a board member, is at least that's in the list of.
Yeah, it could be. You could have anybody that voted for it, because there's folks in the community who are dead serious about the masking, and if we were to do something like that, they could have us removed for violating a law. So we don't want to. We're caught. We're flat out caught.
Yes, this is Tanya Schaefer again. I just wanted to note that it's a little disheartening as a parent and as a community member when a school board member asks for further information in regards to a vote and they are not allowed the opportunity to get that information. I understand that you guys have policies in place, but if someone's asking for more additional information for something, that should be allowed to them. They are making decisions for the best interest of the community. They should be allowed all the information that they require to make those decisions. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Karen DeSalvo. My son Andrew Stapp just graduated from Montoursville Area High School. And I wanted to address specifically a few of the things that were just said. So with regard to Bill Ruffing, you said you want to look to see what happens with South Williamsport, with Muncie, with Tamaqua. You want them to be the guinea pigs. The taxpayers of your school district want you to stand up. I want to point out to you that there's power in numbers and courage is contagious. So I want to say that to you first. With regard to calling this a lawful order, this is not in fact a lawful order. It's been challenged and we'll find that it does not hold water. I have reviewed what they are relying on. So this is accurate information. I am trained, I'm a licensed attorney. This mandate is based on, just as Mr. Schimmel said, the Disease Prevention and Control Law from 1955. It is only, it requires there to be a public health emergency in order for the Department of Health to use this administrative regulation. There is no current public health emergency, or Governor Wolfe would have declared an emergency. So this will be held in the future, because it's been challenged, to not be valid. But in the meantime, I know you are concerned. I know you feel like you're between a rock and a hard place, that you're being threatened by the Department of Health. So I just wanted to address a few of those concerns. I know the Department of Health is issued threats. School board members will be held individually liable. Administrators will lose their jobs or licenses. All of this is absolute nonsense. So the school district and the school board members have broad sovereign immunity under 42 PA CSA section 8521. No supervisors have ever lost their jobs for failing to follow a Department of Health order or mandate. I challenge you to ask your high-priced attorney to do a little bit of research for you. These are two of the questions I would have him research. Have any Pennsylvania school board members ever been found to be individually liable for a policy decision? Ask him to research that. Have any Pennsylvania school administrators ever faced administrative sanctions for carrying out school board policy decisions? I think that your attorney will find the answer to those questions are both no. So I know that you are concerned, but what we want you to do is stand up. If you're concerned at all about the direction that this country is taking, I mean, look at what's happening at the federal level. We have a massive power grab right now at the federal level with these vaccine mandates that are being put into place for millions of people. At the state level, why did Governor Wolfe issue this through the Department of Health? The reason was because his emergency powers were taken away from the politicians that were elected by the people. He was upset because 304 Pennsylvania school districts made masks optional. So he looked for some way to do this, and he's grasping upon this administrative regulation that does not hold weight under these circumstances. We do not have a public health emergency which warrants this to be put into place to begin with. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, it's Galahad Mallory again. I just want to say that what Karen just talked about and everything she spoke to was a perfect example of why I said we need a new solicitor. So the solicitor we have is just smarter than everybody else in Pennsylvania. No, he's just taking the easiest route. He's not willing to fight for what the community is asking for, or he just wants to follow whatever the the governor is saying. So also, now that we're, the board members are answering questions, so that's very good for us here, sitting on the other end. So where does this stop for you guys? So if you ask each person ask themselves individually, if it goes to mandates for our kids, are you just going to throw up your hands and say, our hands are tied, these kids got to get the shot or they're not coming to school? When do you stand up and fight for anything other than our hands are tied? That's not a fight. That's just giving up. It's very easy to just go along with the narrative. It's very easy to say we cannot do anything and it's up to everybody to go to the state level, to go to your representative, to go to fight the governor. It starts locally. So none of you are willing to fight locally for the parents and for the kids. That's the part that's disheartening to me. I mean, it seems obvious that, some of you had to have a very strong feeling about kids being masked and obviously kids being vaccinated. That's fine. But for the ones that say they don't have that feeling, just saying your hands are tied is kind of one of the worst things you can do on the parent side, hearing that. So what I would like to hear from board members is if kids are mandated to be vaccinated to go to school, which is coming if you've been paying attention the last year, heck, even the last few weeks, what would you do individually as a school board? Would you fight and say it's wrong, or just go with the flow, the easy route? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I would like to say a couple words about Susan's comment about masking the law. I think this is not a law, and it's like you guys are not taking my rights. You guys can make me wear a mask, but I am not going to. You guys are apologize. Take my rights. And you are allowed to lose $13,000 for school taxes. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Brenda Oberheim. Sharon Myers requested parental consent for maskless to be put on the agenda on Wednesday via an email to the entire board. Mr. Schimmel, you told us we could trust you with the agenda responsibility. Was this an intentional decision you made to not put something requested on the agenda because you didn't want to have to vote on it? Trust me is what you said. We fought that you and Mrs. Basin would have the control, but you continue to say, trust me, you have our word on it. Last year, you said masks are just what we have to do. You said my kids should just do it because your grandkids don't complain. Well, I hope you heard all of these parents tonight loud and clear. Many want Basin's resignation and some ask for both of your resignations. We want our next school board meeting in person, and we are not your children, so you can't tell us you might misbehave, so we can't bring you in here. Not voting tonight has nothing to do with a lawsuit. Mr. Ruffing, if Muncie and South can do it, if they can do parental consent, so can you. Who's going to have the needles when you let the state vaccinate our kids against the parents' will. And don't call Ron Snell your buddy. He's not your buddy. You spoke down to him, and you owe that man some respect, because out of any of you, he's not a coward. He stands up for the people in our district, and he's willing to take a vote and go on record and say, I'm for the kids. I'm not going to do whatever the state tells me to do, even if it's wrong. I'm willing to stand up for the kids. People that do not like that they're in the minority do not want to recognize that a majority exists. So even though they don't want to realize that the majority exists, it does. And we are the majority. And we want the masks off the kids. If you want to wear a mask, you go ahead. But we want the parental consent. And I think if you look over the past year, what I've really tried to draw out of you and speak to over all the board meetings is get some courage, stick up for these kids. If it's wrong what the state is trying to do to them, then take a suing. For heaven's sakes. I mean, people fight for our country. You sit on a school board. Can't you do what's right for the kids from that seat? That's all I have.
Thank you.
Hello.
You're good.
Funny that previous lady mentioned courage, having fought for the country. Courage is doing the right thing, even when it's not the most popular thing. Right now, doing the right thing, it's simple. This isn't hard. I mean, I don't understand the inability of people to see beyond themselves in regard to their right to not wear a mask. It's disgusting. The consequences are real. People are dying. I mean, and whether vaccines were mandated, they were legally mandated in 1905, Jacobson versus Massachusetts. Justice John Marshall in 1905, real liberty for all could not exist under the operation of a principle which recognizes the right of each individual person to use his own liberty in a way that may harm others. I mean, your right to not wear a mask may end up killing somebody. My right to live trumps your right to not wear a mask. Bottom line. The school board meeting tonight is Exhibit A as to why the Department of Health invoked this mask mandate. I don't care if you're a parent. You don't have any knowledge on how to best fight this virus. It doesn't matter. Unless you're Dr. Fauci or you're Dr. Stan Martin, Director of Infectious Diseases at Geisinger, I don't care what you have to say. You're not qualified. You're putting people's lives in jeopardy. There's no physician anywhere who would be against wearing masks or advocating for vaccines. Dr. Martin, previously, when you wear, let's see, masks, are they a legitimate means to protect you from the virus? When you wear a mask in the indoor setting, you will reduce your chances of getting infected and you will reduce the spread of the infection to others. And that is a fact, period. What about the claim masks cause the user to breathe carbon dioxide? They do not cause any medical problems. They do not raise the CO2 levels in your blood. The main goal is to keep the kids in school, right? How do you do that? They wear masks. I mean, people have alluded to the fact that masks create mental health issues. The dentist mentioned earlier about confounding variables. A confounding variable in the argument of masks cause depression would be the fact that kids are picking up on the anxieties exhibited by adults and others as we go about our daily lives. Myself, unfortunately, because of the people who fail to follow these simple rules. It creates anxiety. You can probably hear it in my voice. I have a 2-year-old son at home. I have family members that have health issues. Please, sacrifice your right to not wear a mask for a little while yet so we can get this under control, get people vaccinated, and get back to life as we knew it a year and a half ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Sharon Meyer again from Fairfield Township. First, I did want to thank you all for voting to table the decision on assistant superintendent. I appreciate that. I believe that's something that should be discussed further. I also wanted to talk to the point that, Bill, I know that you have supported the mask optional. I guess I just am disheartened by the fact that we haven't had a full vote of the board. When we look at parental consent, I don't think that's a defiance of the order. I'm not asking you to say, no, we're not going to comply with the order. I'm just asking you to allow that exception form to be signed by the parent. In nowhere within the order does it say that it needs to be signed by a HCP. And I think that when you're looking at some of the rules and some of the guidelines that they outlined within that exception, that parents do have the ability to make a decision on their child's mental health, and that we should be able to sign the form. I know I even sent you one in which we released your liability because we were talking about the fact that the board was worried about that. I just am very disheartened right now. I just feel like, you know, I try to come to a compromise at times. And I just feel like this one is, there hasn't been one. I do appreciate you listening on the assistant superintendent part. But it just saddens me that we couldn't even have a discussion on it after I asked for the agenda item. And I purposely did it on Wednesday, knowing that the agenda comes out on Thursday, and I didn't hear from anyone. And so I emailed you again on Sunday, and I emailed you again today. And I just was looking for a little leeway to have the discussion and at least put your votes down on where you actually stand, because I've only heard from a few. But again, thanks for a little win today. I appreciate that. But I hope you reconsider and at some point maybe have a special meeting to actually record your votes on it. That would be appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good, go ahead.
So again, my name is Amanda Wright. I spoke earlier. As far as what Miss Berry said, as far as making accommodations for students when it comes down to the masking, if accommodations can be done based off of your lawful recommendation from the health department, then why are those accommodations being made? Why are they not being made by teachers? Why is it that we still have no air conditioning or HVAC system in the elementary schools, and elementary students are overheating and then vomiting because they're so hot and parents have to pick up their students? Where is the safety in that? Nobody wants to talk about what's happening to the kids that have to be sent home. Nobody's talking about the kids that have to have their parents go and pick them up because they're overheated or they're not feeling well or they're vomiting in school because of having to wear a mask and not getting the breaks that they're supposed to be getting. Nobody's talking about the students that have to have accommodations when it comes down to shields instead of a teacher wearing a mask because their child's having a hard time. When is the school board actually going to pay attention to what the parents and their students actually need instead of listening to what Christina Beeson in the health department says? This is not a law. Nowhere else in the community do you have to mask. Why is it only your daycares, your private charter schools, your public schools? Why is it K through 12? The colleges don't even have to mask. You can't tell me that the college students are not being, 6 feet apart from each other and social distancing. If it does come down to a mandate with vaccines, are you going to tell me that any student under the age of 12, because they cannot be vaccinated, there is no vaccine under the age of 12. So any student that's under the age of 12 has to be pulled out of public school? When is somebody going to actually stand up for the community and what the parents and the students actually need? It is your guys' job as a school board to do what is best for the community and the parents. You guys have put on your website numerous times surveys. You've never put a survey up this school year in regards to the masking. You've never given the parents the choice or an option to decide this is the majority vote. Why? Why are you not taking majority vote and being able to give us information on that? Why are you not figuring out what every single parent wants? I just don't understand that. That's all.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
You're good. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Caroline LaCrone, 1520 Fairview Drive, Montoursville. We are having a debate on a subject that is being debated nationally. Probably most school districts are having this exact same conversation, wasting people's time. This is the Department of Health. Our superintendent is not going to go against the Department of Health. And our board, they don't even want to vote on whether your kids have to wear a mask or not. They don't want it. Who wants that job? And they thankfully do their duties as best as they can. If you notice the quote unquote majority that Mrs. Oberheim is speaking of, you have one board member on this board. Do you realize that? No one voted your people in. Well, they did actually, but they all resigned because it was too contentious or whatever. But I think you should all be thanking Mr. Schimmel, Dr. Mathers, Mr. Albert, Mr. Ruffing, Mrs. Marriott, Mrs. Berry, Mr. Conkle, Mr. Omer. You should be thanking them for doing this thankless job. Things are not going to get better until people realize that we have to do what's best for our country. It is not a local issue. It is a worldwide issue. Okay, Mr. Snell, he wants clarification on this and clarification on that. Well, go do your homework, Mr. Snell. These board members, it's not their responsibility or the superintendent's responsibility to find out all the research so that you can make decisions. I'm proud to be in Montoursville. I can't say from because we know where that goes, and recently, you know, the newspapers and, you know, just different articles, it just paints us as a horrible community. And you guys are all fine with that. Let it come from above. Go to Wolfe, go to Harrisburg. Now with this lawsuit, you've tied the hands of everyone. And it's just going to waste money. If your kids are that miserable, then figure out a way to teach them at home. Go, you know, do the cyber learning. I mean, that is an option for you. It's an option for you. You know, my 15-year-old, she goes to work at Wegmans and she wears a mask for 10-hour shifts. So if you know, we don't teach these kids that sometimes they have to abide by rules to keep them safe. You guys are not teaching your kids anything. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
You've got some echo.
Okay. This is Robert Berninger, 528 Rubin Care Road. There is 4 other schools in our area that are now doing parent consents. South Williamsport, Montgomery, Milton, and Muncie. There's no reason that you guys can't follow what we want. The people that want to wear a mask, they also have the option to pull their kids out and go to cyber school too, just like we do. I feel that if you guys can't do what we want, Ron's the only one sticking up for us. We can all elect you guys out, and Christina Basin can be gone too. This is getting totally out of control. It's not a lawful order, just like the lawyer said. And there's going to be, I guarantee there's going to be more people adding to the lawsuit against you guys. because I'm going to be one of them. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Hello.
You're good. Go ahead.
Hi, yes, this is Jenna Girardi. I spoke earlier. I just wanted to mention, you guys say you're following this mandate that's out, and I read the mandate because I wanted to be informed of what was going on in my child's school. And it states that he can have those mass breaks. And you guys even sent the email out saying that they would have mass breaks. And the mass breaks can be up to 15 minutes. My son doesn't get any mass breaks like that. Also, it states that guests can come into the school if they wear a mask, which is totally fine. I'll wear a mask and go into the school. But if I go to Lighter Elementary to drop off my son's lunch because he forgot it, I'll get stopped by the security guard at the front door. I can't even go into the foyer between the double doors before you actually enter the school to talk to the secretary through the window to tell her who I am, write my name down so you guys document who I am that came to the school, and tell her who my son is to give him the lunchbox. I get it taken by the security man who states he'll deal with it and he'll give it to my son. Nowhere in the mandate does it say that I cannot go into my son's school. This is not a prison. You do not hold my child captive. I can come into the school as long as I wear a mask. I'll wear a mask. But you guys aren't even letting that happen. You're going above the mandate and adding more onto it. Like, I get safety, but me going to the double doors and the security man being on the other glass side of it, staring me down, is not anything that's taking safety away. I'm right there. I'm talking to her through the window and I can leave. You guys are taking more away from us than you're realizing. And I feel like that's where you're overstepping and why a lot of parents are getting mad. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Hi. So my name is Jen Warmer. My two kids go to Lighter Elementary. I'm just really disgusted of what's been going on. My kids just started Montoursville school. We just moved here from Montgomery. I'm literally have been fighting with my two kids to have to go to school because of what's been going on with the whole mask mandate. My two kids have anxiety and it's been bad for the last couple of days to where I had to keep my kids home today because they have been miserable. You guys seem like you have restricted us as parents to not have make these decisions. You guys have been making decisions for us. My kids are literally crying and screaming every single day to not want to go to school. They've been begging us to go back to Montgomery area school district where they have been going. They've been asking us to pull them from school to cyber school them because how miserable they've been. I'm also disgusted that my kids have been coming home every single day sweating with sweat because there's no air conditioner. I've been told by my daughter that she is not allowed to have anything to drink until one of her curriculum activities has been done. My kids have been coming home every single day with their bottled waters half full, not empty like they're supposed to. This has been so disgusting that I'm literally to the point where I'm about to pull my kids out of school because of this school. I thought Montoursville was the best school to send my kids to, but I'm so wrong and I'm so disgusted how this has been. I thought this was the best choice, but it's not, and that's all I have to say. And I'm already talking to Montgomery and ACCA about my kids attending to their school. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Monica? Are we frozen?
Dave, what are we waiting on?
Looks like we had a technical difficulty with someone. Were we voted to suspend at, if you'd hold on for a second there, Mrs. Lanzer. We voted to suspend at 11, but do you want to just stick it out and continue on? We got the agenda items, the business is done. And so what's your flavor?
Dave, I don't know.
I'm willing to stick it out, but what I do want to say before we wrap it up, Dave, I have 3 questions I'd like to pose. So just keep that in mind, please.
All right. Okay. Well, we did vote that we would suspend at 11. I think we need a motion to extend or just extend or a motion to just extend beyond 11.
I'll move to extend.
Motion to extend the meeting.
Okay.
Second.
All right, and we'll assume that's just an indefinite amount.
Well, and
Unless
I
it-
would maybe through the people that have their hands raised now and then Ron's comments, maybe, you know what I mean? That might be a way of.
Okay, well, motion, I guess let's see how it plays out. Motion to extend, and we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You guys have it? All right.
Dave,
Yes.
I
Yeah,
am going to make my apologies, and
some of you get up very early. I understand. Do not apologize if you need to go. Not a
and
problem.
I will be working with 5 and 6-year-olds
Yes,
that
you will.
need me fresh.
Yes, they do. I
So
know.
I apologize. Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. Okay, continue now with public comment.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. So I mean, I think at the end of all this, we can keep going round and round, but I think we can hear from everyone's perspective that no matter what side of the fence that you're on, we're all concerned about our children. Okay. And that's the reason that we're here. And the reason that you guys are there is to field our concerns, answer our questions, and investigate those things for us. So like, as a parent, and I'm not one of the ones that personally reached out, email, which is great. I mean, that's awesome. But just to hear of the lack of communication that's just sheer disrespect for the community. So I hope that in moving forward, you guys as a board will improve upon that and hear our voices tonight, and at least have more than 2 or 1 responses to those people that take time to email you. Another thing to consider that is just a constant thing in my mind, as well as other people's minds that I talk to, why is and again, I know it doesn't come for you, and that's what we've heard, but this is something to question. Why is the mandate just for schools? Back when COVID started, kids were such a low risk. Kids didn't contract COVID. So now we're totally on the reversed situation of this, where now all of the town is off of the mask mandate. They're strongly encouraged, but now school, you have to wear the mask. That's the only place where it's mandated. It just doesn't add up. So, someone had brought up a good point that when our restaurants were back at like 25% capacity, as long as you got to your table, you could take your masks off, right? So why can't our kids go sit at their desks and take their masks off? It's just, there's such hypocrisy. And I know this is just where people's frustrations lie. And whether it has to deal with something that you have a hand in or not, this is where people are right now. And this is what we're all feeling. So when people are on either side of the fence, like I said at the beginning, the best option right here is choice, like you had all decided on back in July. And I mean, in that case, like I had heard numerous times before, all sides are met. If you want to wear a mask, like someone had said, a little exaggerated, obviously, you want to wear 3 masks, go for it. Great. You're protected. You're covering your beliefs. If person next to you doesn't feel like wearing their mask because their parent and their family decided upon that, great. That's your choice. Those people that are in masks are protected. Those that aren't, that's their problem, right? So I mean, and just in terms of Ron, like I said, I really appreciate him, and I don't understand why he asked to have a meeting just to discuss something, and that was turned down. He wasn't asking to vote on something, but he was asking to meet on something and was turned down. That's all.
Hi, this is Kay Blair, and I live in Upper Fairfield Township. And I don't know if anybody's spoken of this tonight or not, but everybody wants the kids in school. That's their major concern, in school, unmasked. But has anybody looked into the numbers right now that Jackson Elementary School and Lyco Valley are now virtual until Monday because of quarantine and COVID? So if they want their kids in school, maybe they need to rethink the masks. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Hi, I'm Alyssa. I'm from Gamble Township. I'm a 2019 graduate of Montoursville. I currently now go to Wilkes University. I kind of have different opinions about this whole situation. And this is actually the first meeting I've actually ever sat on. But how I feel, going back to what Mrs. Wright, I believe, who had said about college students not wearing masks, that's not true. As I said, Wilkes, I am fully vaccinated, excuse me, and we do have to wear masks in all public spaces other than outside. As soon as I step foot outside of my door every morning at 8:30 when I go to head to class, I have to put my mask on. Elevators, anything, all my classes, we're not 6 feet apart in any of my classes, but we all have to have our mask on. And the guest policy too, we are allowed to have guests. However, if anyone comes into our room, they have to have a mask on, whether it's my roommate right next to me or like in another room over, or it's my mom coming to visit me. Everyone has to have their mask on. And I think it ultimately comes down to the kids' choices in schools, especially like in K through 12 schools. And I think parents have a lot of influence on what some of these kids are saying. I've heard young kids speak on this who use technical terms that I wouldn't even say, like the constitutional rights, the taxes. What elementary school kid is where are they getting that from? It's coming from the parents. No 5th grader is going to understand the taxes that us taxpayers are paying. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
You're You're good.
Zach Schaefer, 9660 Wallace Run Road. I myself am military, and I understand the respect of the elected officials. But as woman said, we voted for you. That is not entirely correct. We voted for the people that got harassed and pushed out of their positions. And that is not what, and there was a Facebook page called Snell Nell. So us asking a couple questions about all this is nothing of the harassment that they went through. And we did not elect those people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello,
You're good. Go ahead.
Sarah Lydell, Fairfield Township. First, I want to say I'm not anti-mask or for the mask. I'm kind of in the middle. I believe it should be everyone's choice to decide for themselves and their children if they want to mask up or not. That said, I would also like to thank Mr. Snell for responding to people in the community and hearing us out. I'm very upset to hear that most of the board did not reply to a lot of the community's messages and emails. And I'm very sorry that Jen had to leave. But would someone please tell her that it is very rude to look away from the screen the entire time people are speaking. On that note, I hope you all have a wonderful night and hopefully we can all get through this. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Hello,
You're okay. Go ahead.
my name is Felicia Miller. I live in Fairfield Township. I have 3 children, 2 of which are actually in the Montoursville School District. One is in the high school, one is in the middle school, and one is soon to be going to the one of the 2 elementary schools within the next couple of years. My youngest, who cannot get vaccines because he has so many reactions to them, is going to be hard for me. Second, I have 2 children that do not want to mask, and it's not by my decision because I'm for either way. It's anybody's choice. And 2, how do I get in touch with the lawyers who are filing the lawsuit? If anybody is in here, please get a hold of me somehow. I would like to join the suit. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I love you.
Ashton, why don't you drop that one out. Let's go to the next one.
Hello.
You're good. Go ahead.
Okay, to go back to what Allison said about Miss Wright, she wasn't stating that you weren't, your school is not telling you that you have to wear a mask. She's stating that in what Wolfe has put out that there was no college's input into that. However, I have already spoke my piece earlier. What I was stating But I'm going to get off topic a little. It is going to be about our security for our school districts. I think that we definitely need a higher security because anybody and anybody can walk in and remove a child from the school without ID, without verification. I mean, I have gone and picked up my niece and my nephew, and I get, oh, they'll be right out. They don't ask me who I am. They don't ask me for an ID. My husband, my husband barely goes to school to pick up my daughter. He goes and picks up my daughter. They don't ask who he is. They don't ask an ID. They don't ask for nothing. So literally anybody in this community can go into your guys' buildings and request for a child to be pulled out, and you don't require them to be signed out by that parent to sign and have a signature, nor do you require an ID to pull that child out of the building. So what is the point of filling out paperwork for emergency contacts and to allow people to pick up your children when you don't even follow that? And then when you go to Christina Basin and you state that this is the issue, instead of her, coming out and, saying, all right, we're going to figure this out. I'll go to the school board to figure out what we can do. No, she passes it on to somebody else. Everything with her is passing it on to somebody else. She can never speak. She can never communicate. She can't email. She can't call. She always has to pass the buck to somebody else's issue. Well, guess what, sweetheart? You wanted to be a superintendent for the school district. You need to step up and be the superintendent of the school district or resign. Thank you.
Dave, that's a pretty serious accusation that young lady just made. Is that true? Can we get an answer to that right now? Can somebody just come into one of our schools and pick up a kid with no ID, no proof that they are the parent or guardian? Could that possibly be true? Can we get an answer right now? Is that true or false? Can somebody answer that?
Mr. Ruffing, we have principals who have logged off of this meeting. But that is not true. To my knowledge, everyone who does have emergency contacts are allowed. We have to follow court orders. There's many things that the buildings do have to follow. Yes, I do give it back to the principals. If there are issues with the principal's building, it does go back to them. That is correct.
Hello.
You're good. Go ahead.
Number one, I just want to clarify that yes, you can go into the school districts and get kids out without any form of ID or any verification of any kind. Number two, I'm very glad that Christina Basin decided to show up since she wasn't on the meeting earlier on, so that she can make sure that she hears that I earlier, as well as Mr. Schimmel, called for both of your resignations immediately. You're unqualified for your positions, both of you, as far as I'm concerned. There's many other things that I could say, but I'm pretty sure that all of you that are unwilling to hear the public are just sitting there in your sheltered, cushy residences or wherever it is that you're at, just avoiding confrontation, just letting people talk so that you think that you let them win of some kind. But you're not going to actually put any effort into this. Miss Miller, get a hold of Mrs. Oberheim, Brenda Oberheim, very knowledgeable on the transgressions of the board, especially Mrs. Basin, who has, again, no knowledge or capabilities in her position. Thank you.
Yes, hello.
You're good. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jessica Knights. I'm at 417 Spruce. You keep speaking of the making reference to the lawsuit that has been filed by the parents here. My question for you is, are you trying to avoid more lawsuits, or what exactly is your thought plan on this? Because I've heard that many of you said that you do agree with optional masking for children, but you are hiding behind this lawsuit. This lawsuit is something that you should be sticking up for. I don't understand. If there was a vote and this was overturned, this lawsuit would no longer be void. It would be voided. I understand you don't want any other lawsuits against you. This lawsuit is not going to make or break it for you. This is not going to be the only one. There's going to be ones from different sides. It's just like COVID. It's not going away. I don't understand why you are not sticking up for your beliefs. Truly, what can they possibly take from you? I don't believe that there's going to be any kind of jail sentence or anything. I don't believe they're going to take your house, going to take everything from you. So I'm not sure what exactly you think you are going to lose by sticking up for yourself and for this community. Thank you.
While the next commenter gets logged in, the statement that the superintendent wasn't here, that's not accurate. I've seen her icon on the screen all night, so I'm not sure why that was made. Some devices don't show everybody, and you have to scroll across to see, you know, multiple panels of the people that are present. So the superintendent's been here all night.
Hello, I would like to say about the college student that had something smart to say about my comment or whatever. I am not.
Let's speak to the board.
Okay.
I don't know where the commenter went. Folks, we don't want to be commenting to other commenters. Public comment is to the board, not to community members. So please address your comments to the board on the issues before us. And let's not be taking stabs at each other. Let's direct the comments on your concerns to the board. Thanks.
Hello.
You're good. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Shalia Ike at 11426 Wallace Run. I guess I will address the board, and I will say to the schools that are being shut down until Monday, they've been in the mask mandate. So right there is a given that it does not control the spread. And as for my 7-year-old wearing a mask, she's touching her face, she's taking it off, she's sharing pencils, it's doing absolutely nothing. But I guess all these parents were trying to stand up for our children. We have already been told that it will not be voted on. So I don't know what you guys are fearing you're going to lose. But our right was taken. There was another family member that did he showcased that with a gas meter, when his daughter put the gas meter under her mask, within 12 seconds, it read not good quality of air. So you're worried about a lawsuit from somebody that you are saying doesn't have to mask. They can still choose to mask. So I guess that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
You're okay, go ahead.
So this, I guess, would be to Mr. Ruffing. He was speaking earlier after somebody made a comment about being able to pick up children and wanted to know what was going on. So I can stand here and say that I called Miss Christina Bason's office last week because my child was picked up from the school district. And when they went to the school district and pressed the buzzer, they said what child they were there to pick up. They did not specify their relationship. They did not state their name. They did not show an identification. They didn't do any of that, and my child was released to this person. I then called Christina Bason's office. That message was then sent to Mr. Meyer, who called me and asked me what was going on. I then told him who picked up my child. I then stated my concerns as to why we're not being asked who we are, what our relationship is, and why we are not being asked for identification. At that point in time, if you cannot ask who's picking up the child, what their name is, or have them sign a piece of paper, then how are we as parents to know that someone is not going to go and pick up our child that is not supposed to pick up our child? So for Christina Bason to push it back onto the school principal is not right. It is your job as the school, as the superintendent, as the board, to make sure that there is a policy in place that is implemented and taken care of every single time a child is picked up from school. And if you can't do that, then you are not making sure that our children are safe. That is your job as school. We, us parents, let our children go to school. The biggest motto of a school is that we're here to educate your students and keep them safe. How are you keeping them safe if you don't know who they're leaving with? I will be on the phone tomorrow with Mr. Myers yet again, and I will make this perfectly aware to him that the school board does not know what is going on and that Christina Bason is pushing it back onto the principals, and she doesn't even know what's going on. So yes, Christina Bason needs to resign. If you cannot do your job, which you obviously are not qualified for, which is to keep our kids safe, then you should not be running the school. You should not be a superintendent. You should not be anywhere near our children. And if Mr. Rummings wants my information, he can get it from Mr. Myers because Mr. Myers called me personally. It has happened more than once. So if any single person can go up to that school and say, I'm here to pick up so-and-so, and you're not asking who we are or asking for identification or what our relationship is, and one of our children gets picked up from someone that shouldn't be picked up from them, and you don't know whether or not that person is supposed to have that child, that falls back onto the school. You are releasing that child into someone else's care that may or may not be able to have them. So how are you going to fix that? That'll be another lawsuit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to reiterate, this is Jocelyn Doherty, 1350 Green Hollow Road. My daughter that's in McCall, she's been there since 5th grade. So she's been there, she's in 7th now. So Mr. Myers knows me, but our 2 boys are at the Valley and they literally just came this year. So we're very fresh out there. No one knows me. No one knows me. So I'm a very, very new parent. I have had my middle child, my oldest child that's out there, I've had to take him out for 2 doctor's appointments because he was in the ER. They never asked me for anything. All they had me do was sign the name. So I can vouch for that. I didn't say anything, which I probably should have, but I was very thrown off by that. My kids prior to this were at St. John Newman and their protocol there was very rigid. After they got to know who I was, then they were fine with, if they saw my face, they were fine with it. But whoever the guy was that out front. I don't know if it's like a security type person. He has no idea who I am, and he just released my child, thankfully, to me, but I was never asked. And that was twice so far this year. And I mean, this is a very fresh year. The other thing is that I was a little thrown off by, my daughter is in 7th grade. I had to pull her out today at 2 o'clock for an appointment. And they never even had me come into the school. As soon as she saw my car pull up, they let her walk out. So what is to say that she just makes a note and signs my name, because God knows that can happen as you get older. And then all of a sudden a car pulls up and they say, yeah, that's my mom. And they just take off with some random person. It is happening. I was thrown off by it. That's it. I did just want to let you know though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Felicia Miller again. I can honestly say that I have seen that happen as well with my son. His father is actually in a different school district, and I have actually thought about pulling him out of Mentorsville due to the fact that anybody can walk up and get my son out of school, as his father has done. And without being asked who he is, what's going on, anything about the custody order, I can guarantee nobody at McCall Middle School knows what the custody order states, when my son is supposed to leave and catch the bus to come to my home, or when he's supposed to be a walker and go to his father's home. So to know that my child can pretty much walk out to whomever he chooses to walk out to is a little disheartening. And I hope you guys would do something better about the protocol. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hey, go ahead.
Darrell Whitell again, Fairfield Township. I have a 9th grader, a 5th grader, a special needs, he's still at Leiter, and I have a kindergartner at Leiter. And I can verify that in the 9 years since my oldest has been a Montoursville student, I have never been identified whenever I went to pick her up from school. The staff at Leiter there in the front office, they know me because all of my children have gone to the elementary. At the high school, no one knows me or my husband. She's in 9th grade, so we're brand new to the high school this year. My husband just picked up my daughter last week. She got sent home ill, and no one identified him or verified who he was. So I can verify that they are not identifying whoever is coming in to pick up children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Schimmel, all this is really concerning to me because it doesn't sound like it's just at one school. It sounds like it's at every building in our district, and that's concerning.
Yeah, it does sound like there's a problem.
Yeah, because our task is to keep our kids safe, and it doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like it's being taken seriously enough. It needs to be looked into.
Yeah, I agree.
Hello?
Go ahead, you're good.
Yeah, two things. I am right there with all the other parents. I've picked my daughter up from the valley a couple times, and nobody that's in that front office knows me personally. A lot of the teachers do from me going there, but the front staff has changed, and I've never been identified to pick my daughter up. The other thing is, it was asked earlier in the meeting on your guys' thoughts on the vaccine and possibly requiring students to get vaccinated to come to school. I would really like to know where you stand on that, because I can tell you personally, my wife and I, if you require our children to be vaccinated to come to your school, we will pull them out and you will lose that revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian McWilliams, if you want to unmute your mic.
Hello, Tanya Schaefer. I have a similar concern, although slightly different regarding building access. I spoke earlier regarding my son's being special needs, and that also requires him to take medication halfway through the day. I was required, because I was not allowed access to the school nurse, to distribute his medications to her in the middle of the area where everyone was congregated. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that my son should have some level of privacy to what medication he's taking and when he's taking it. And I think that parents should be allowed to access the school nurse in situations like that and not be forced to do that in front of all the child's friends and peers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Catherine Burns. I want to say one thing, or maybe three things. The countless hours that I want the board to know, not to mention the folks that are on this call, that Ron Snell has spent devoting his time and his life to this school board, going to Harrisburg, Lebanon, meeting with the legislators. I think that that needs to be mentioned. And that being said, knowing how much he cares, I have not heard one of you tonight chime in and say, my real concern is about the kids. Not one of you has said that. All of you have said you're concerned about the legal issues, but not one of you has said. Christina Basin, I would like to say to you, if you were that worried about these kids being picked up without knowing who was picking them up, why didn't you worry when you told the bus drivers to leave them, the kids standing along the road? And why were you not concerned the other morning when the kids were thrown out of the school? To be picked up by who? You didn't care. These kids to you on this board, except for Ron, are nothing but collateral damage. That's all I've got to say. I wish you a good night.
Hey, Dave.
Okay, that was the last commenter. So,
Dave, can I jump in here a minute? Dave, can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if people want to come up here and essentially approach the podium or get on the microphone here and give an opinion on something, that's perfectly fine. They cannot come up here and state as fact that Christina Basin, any principals, any administrators, any board members don't care about the children. That is patently false. Okay, they cannot make false statements and then just slink away. That is false. That last speaker's statement is absolutely false. We need to make that perfectly clear. The speaker also said she didn't hear one person say that we care about the kids. Yes, that's why we're here. That's why we're here. Okay. But I'll tell you, I just want to say one thing I didn't hear tonight, and I was hoping I would hear. I heard a lot of words. I heard a lot of criticism, but I didn't hear one person on the microphone say tonight, if I were on the board, I would have no problem voting against a state mandate. I would have no problem putting the school district at serious legal risk. And when I voted against, and when I would vote against that mandate, I would realize that kids in school would get sick and the parents of those children would sue the school district, and they would also sue the board members who voted to unmask the students and to violate a health order. So you're talking about, I hear talk about attorneys, okay? You're going to need a whole football team of attorneys. I didn't hear one person put action behind. I like people who put action behind their words. I like people who say, this is what I would do, and I would have no problem having multiple people file personal lawsuits against me. I'd be perfectly fine with it. I didn't hear that. I just heard criticism. I like people to put action behind their words, and I was hoping that somebody would. And unless I missed it, I didn't hear one person say that this is what I would do, and I would not be afraid of this. And yes, I would do this volunteer service in the community, and I would have no concerns if I am sued by multiple individuals. I didn't hear that. You know, a lot of words, no actions. I appreciate, and let me make it, and I'm going to repeat this. From the very beginning, I've been mask optional, and I explained why, okay? But I was just hoping somebody would step up there and say that I'm going to put action behind my words, and rather than just throw words out, okay? Talk is cheap, and tonight talk was free, okay? So I respect all the speakers. Everybody gave their opinion. I respect every opinion, whether I agree with it or not. I'm not criticizing anybody. I'm just saying the one thing I thought and hoped that I would hear, I never heard. Thank you.
Bill, I'm going to just echo what you're saying there. I chose respectfully to sit back and take tonight and listen to what everyone had to say respectfully. And I appreciate everybody's concerns. And here at the end now we can speak, and I agree with you 100%, Bill. I was thinking the same exact thing you were. I'd be more than glad if somebody wants to give us a legal binding document that states that they will protect this board, they will protect this district, and they will keep us from having any repercussions of our actions. I'm all for it. You will get no dispute from me. As far as vaccinations, my daughter is a junior at Penn College, and 2 weeks ago she was informed that if she is not vaccinated, she cannot participate in any of the clinicals that she would have to do this year after her going into her third year. She is now a business major because she won't get the vaccination. Does that make me happy? No. You know what though? She bucked up and was like, you know, I'm not taking the vaccination. I'm going to do the best I can do. And maybe this is what God's plan is for me, is to go this direction. That's a girl that's 20 years old and she has faith. That's what's been instilled in her. And that's what we all should have, is some faith. By no means does any of us want this for our children. Does anybody want this for any of the circumstances? No, we don't. You know, it's not easy sitting on this side, and I chose this position. I came onto this board 4 years ago almost, and I do believe that when I got on the board, the previous board and Ron Snell as president, the one that you praised so much this evening, hired Christina Basin. And I do believe that Ron Snell actually voted yes, like the rest of us, to hire her back on for another 4 or 5 years. So to sit there and single out one person, how great he is, yeah, I respect him. I respect everything he's done as far as the time he's committed, but he is no different than anybody else sitting on this board. We're all in this. And I don't want to disrespect anybody. Your point of views, I sat here patiently and I listened to all of them. But I'm going to sit here and tell you right now, I'm not a person that is going to take and mistreat children. If you can give me a legal document and you can guarantee me that you have the protection of myself and my fellow board members and this district from being sued big time, then please fill it out. Get it to us. That you will assume responsibility of any repercussions that this district may entail. And if you can do that, go for it. That's all I got.
Ron,
Thank
you
you,
had three.
Danny.
Ron, you had 3 questions, Ron.
Yes, I did. In July, I posed this question and I haven't got an answer back yet. I asked if it was in July when we did the health and safety plan. I asked if ESER's funds could be used for testing of antibodies for families that show the need, that couldn't afford that. Because if they can't show that they have the vaccine or that they have the antibodies, then they have to quarantine for 10 days. I haven't got an answer on that.
Ron, I think we like the idea of that, though. I think there was a sentiment that, hey, if we can do that, we should. So yeah,
Yes,
I don't want the.
It was put in to the ESER's funds because it can be used for things that would benefit the students with anything with COVID. So yes, I took it that because we already did it and spoke about it, that was the will of the board.
Okay, the second, well, the last I knew, Christina, you was going to check into it and let me know, the board know, and I hadn't heard anything. And actually, the last board meeting, I was going to bring it up, but the way board meetings go nowadays, I didn't have a chance to bring it up. The next question I have is a question that I don't expect an answer on, but I want to pose this question to the board. And like I said, I don't expect an answer, but with what Biden is doing in this country on regulating or mandating businesses with over 100 employees to get the vaccine, are we as a district going to require that if that continues, if his plan to do that continues? And like I said, I don't expect a question, but this next question
Hey,
or
Ron.
an answer.
Hey, Ron.
This next
Hey, Ron.
Yes.
I'll tell you right now, no. That's where I'm standing on that one. No way. No way. That's my threshold. He's not. It's one thing to wear a stupid piece of cloth. It's another thing to inject something into your body. So no, that's a no for me.
A no for me too, Ron. Just for the record, it's an absolute no for me.
The next question I
Hey,
have.
Ron, that's an absolute no for
is you,
myself, too.
Mr. Schimmel, since. Thank you. The next question is for you, Mr. Schimmel, because you unilaterally decided to put us in Zoom meetings for the school board meetings. My question to you is, how long will you continue to have us do Zoom meetings for our board meetings and work sessions?
As long as visitors in the building have to be fully masked. we'll just do Zoom, and then when we can be unmasked, we'll go back to live.
Dave, can I chime in on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ron, in regards to that question, I favor virtual meetings, and I'll tell you why. I have heard from many people that prefer a virtual meeting. As we jokingly say, you can attend the board meeting in your living room in your pajamas, okay? Tonight, we had 300 people on the meeting. That was the highest number I saw. We get multiple, exponentially more people in a virtual meeting than we do in an in-person meeting. We have more speakers at a virtual meeting. We have people who are not comfortable speaking in person, who will speak virtually. The one young lady that spoke tonight only said that she, wouldn't even give her address because she was in favor of masking. Okay, she was, I don't remember where, it doesn't matter, but that's the sort of thing that the virtual meeting allows people to do. They've seen people who, the anti-mask crowd, as I'll call them, and you know what? I'm one of them. I'm anti-mask, okay, you know that. But I wouldn't sit in a board meeting and cheer speakers and boo speakers, even student speakers. And some of those people did shout down or attempt to shout down student speakers, and they were okay with it as long as it wasn't their child, okay? So what we have here is we have people at a virtual meeting who are able to speak freely. They don't have to put their face out there, okay? Let me summarize. More people attend, more people speak, more people who would not speak in a virtual or in an in-person meeting get to speak. There are benefits to it. For those who say, well, you have to meet face to face. No, I disagree. I am for whatever allows the most people to attend a meeting. That's all. And you know what?
I just
hope
got to
we can
answer
continue.
that.
Go ahead, Ron.
I just have to reply to you, Bill, that I have to disagree with you. What I will say is both should be available. The people that want to be face-to-face can come to in-person, and those that don't or can't or don't want to be in person can do it on Zoom. And I just want to say another thing. I do not believe at all that there are people that are afraid that they are going to, that they have to worry about giving their name. I do not believe that people in our district are afraid to speak out in our district, no matter what their position is. And there's no way anybody's going to convince me otherwise.
Okay, well, I won't try to convince you, Ron. I respect your opinion on that. While I disagree with it, I respect it, but I have heard from numerous people that they would like to speak up in a meeting, but they've seen a particular group of people that they just don't want to go up against. They do not. And it's real, it's true. And if you don't want to believe that, that's fine. I respect your opinion.
Well, I still support having, if you want to have Zoom, have both Zoom and in person.
Yeah, man, we'll do
People
that.
need to be face to face with us. We are elected officials put on into a position by our constituents. They need to be able to face us.
We'll get back to that. We will. All right. Board, if there's no one else wants to say something, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a second. Oh, we can stay here all night. I mean.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? I didn't think too many would be. So, all right. Good night, folks. Thank you, public, for Coming out.
Good night.